world of work. Our aim is to formally recognize their duties as part of the labor and employment legislation and to elevate these relationships on various platforms, retaining their independence. The BRICS Trade Union Forum is taking place in one of the venues nearby, and at least 50 people are participating. Linked to this proposal is the idea of leveraging our collective strength to enhance our global influence. This is particularly relevant given the inclusion of new members in our coalition. Following the BRICS Leaders Summit last August, we duly note the admission of Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Therefore, our proposal calls for intensified engagement within international organizations and platforms to shape global labor market policies and agendas. The outcomes of our BRICS Employment Workers Group meetings will include a ministerial declaration, a joint statement, the adoption of a report from the BRICS Research Network, and preliminary ideas on how to proceed with the BRICS productivity ecosystem for decent work, in alignment with the instructions from our leaders. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all participants, and I'm confident that our collective efforts will pave the way for a brighter future in the world of work. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful deliberations over the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence with the next session that will start now and end at tea break around 11. Your cooperation and attentiveness to the allocated time will be extremely important to enable us to go through our program. Given the fact that the MEC is not here yet, we will then move on and call for messages of support. We will start with the representative of the organized labor. I therefore call upon Ms. Rifta Ajam to speak on behalf of the organized labor.
Director General, Program Director, South Africa's Department of Employment and Labour. This is the honor and the privilege that gets extended to you. I was hoping that I could take your cue by remaining seated so that I don't get exposed for being the shortest Labour representative amongst the BRICS working groups, but nonetheless, Director General and Program Director, in absentia, the MEC for Economic Development, Mr. Siboniso Duma, esteemed delegations from our BRICS states and invited countries, social partners, representatives of international and regional organizations, senior officials, esteemed guests, all protocols observed. As the host nation's Labour representative, I have the great pleasure of extending our warmest greetings to one and all on this occasion of the gathering of the BRICS Employment Working Group, following the very first EWG meeting held on the 21st of February here in South Africa in Gauteng. On behalf of the workers of this country, may I personally extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa holds a deep respect for the BRICS partnership and the values that it represents: cooperation, mutual respect, and shared prosperity. As South Africa emerges from its 24 September Heritage Day celebrations that epitomizes the spirit of this rainbow nation, resonance of shared prosperity is a notion that in many instances has a tendency to evade us all. Goal 8 of the Sustainable Development Agenda, which aims to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full productive employment, and decent work for all, emphasizes the crucial role that decent work plays for all in attaining sustainable development. Most unfortunately, the state of the labor market and the widespread lack of possibilities of decent work is also acknowledged as existing connections between the worldwide crises of youth unemployment, full and productive employment, and decent life for all. Henceforth, the significance of this gathering cannot be understated. Ladies and gentlemen, the critical role that this EWG will play in shaping the key policies and productive ecosystems that will lead to a greater embrace of social protection in particular that underpins the harmonization of workplaces are pivotal in creating more equitable global working environments. This very employment and working group must embrace the opportunity by advancing on the leverage that it so commands, and in this way commands to make significant contributions to the global economic recovery by providing both tangible and inclusive solutions to the plethora of crises that we are encountering, underpinned by unemployment, inequality, poverty, energy insecurity, and accessibility, alongside climate change, artificial intelligence, and a number of other aspects. The successful hosting and the expansion of the August 2023 BRICS Forum in Sandton therefore provides the ideal vehicle for driving this particular vision of equality, respect, and decent work to new heights. So indeed, the question we ask as organized labor is essentially, or the questions that we demand, the elements and the aspects that we demand, is essentially to say that a bigger partnership must therefore provide better solutions for all the members of this working group. After all, BRICS now represents 23% of global GDP and 42% of the world's population. Collaboration, solidarity, and a shared vision are the fundamental ingredients and the building blocks of social justice, unity, and more especially, purpose for all. So in pursuit of this dream of decent work, dignity, and respect for all, we plead of you as the workers, not only of South Africa, but the workers of this new esteemed BRICS bloc and its expansion. We are saying, with the spirit of Ubuntu that resonates as the host nation, let's do this and let's do it right. So as I borrow from the famous words of Henry Ford, allow me to close and to emphasize that coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, but ultimately working together is success. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Ajam, for that message. Let me now recognize the presence of the the MEC, Honorable Sibusiso Duma. Thank you very much, Honorable Sibusiso Duma. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on and call upon Mr. Kaiser Moyane, representing employers.
Good morning, colleagues, and greetings to all of you, comrades and partners. And thanks to my colleague Rifde for taking up more than the 5 minutes allocated, so I will have a little short on time. But I will try to be as efficient as business is known to be. Firstly, I would just like to acknowledge the work that this working group has done over the past 3 working sessions. I know I attended the very first one in Johannesburg, and unfortunately I missed the intervening 2 sessions. But I do know that important work was done in all that time, which culminates obviously in today's session when we will finally wrap up the work and present a report to our ministers on Thursday and Friday, and hopefully with a declaration of commitments from all of us. As for the commitments that we'll be making in the declaration, for business, I just want to highlight that it is particularly encouraging that as this collective, we recognize the importance of sustainable enterprises in line with the ILO Centenary Declaration. Indeed, we cannot speak of decent work without enterprises that are sustainable to provide it. Business is also pleased at the recognition of the centrality of productivity in the equation of decent work and sustainable enterprises. We have, as businesses, high expectations of the new productivity ecosystem platform that South Africa will host, and we are pleased that the voice of social partners will be present in its governing structures. But we are also mindful of the challenges that some of our economies are facing, including escalating or stubbornly high inflation, unacceptable levels of unemployment, especially amongst the youth, and low levels of GDP growth. These are the conditions in which we all must work to bring to life the commitments that we'll be making in the declaration. The growing BRICS family offers to all of us an opportunity to collaborate and learn from each other. As social partners, we're happy to embrace this opportunity. Chair, we look forward to the discussions over the next 2 days, and we will be participating actively as business. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moyane. Now call upon Ms. Susan Hayter from the International Labour Organization.
Thank you, Chair. Government representatives, social partners, colleagues. We wish to congratulate the South African government and in particular the Department of Employment and Labour on the organisation of this employment working group over the next 2 days and the Labour and Employment Ministers meeting on Friday. The potential to create decent work and advance social justice can only be realised with the right policies taking us in the right direction. In a world of work characterized by growing divergences, heightened insecurity, and rising inequality, your dedicated work is providing us with a clear roadmap, setting out the direction of travel and the path that we need to be taking to close those gaps and ensure basic income security. That hard work and the deliberations in this working group have already delivered inspiring commitments at the highest possible level on decent work and social justice with the adoption of the 15th BRICS Summit Declaration. Chairs, the policy themes that have been discussed by this working group have the potential to create a virtuous circle between decent work on the one hand, including respect for labour rights, universal access to social protection and skills development, and improvements in productivity on the other. This virtuous circle can facilitate the formalisation of employment, ensure just transitions, and deliver decent jobs. The ILO has been pleased to support the Employment Working Group by providing technical papers and supporting your discussions together with ISA on the 4 thematic priorities: building sustainable enterprises, innovation and enhancing productivity, promoting labour rights and decreasing decent work deficits, universal social income and ensuring a minimum basic income, and promoting decent work by closing the skills gaps in the informal economy. We welcome the deliberations and proposed BRICS productivity ecosystem platform under the leadership of the South African presidency of BRICS. In addition to these technical inputs, the ILO has also been pleased to support the BRICS network of labour market research institutes. This work has focused on ensuring social security for all, deepening comparative knowledge sharing on policies. I want to thank the technical colleagues that are here with me today from the ILO who are available to support your deliberations over the next 2 days. And a big thank you also to Johnny Musabayana, the director of the Decent Work country team for South Africa, for his leadership, Decent Work team in South Africa, for his leadership and unwavering commitment, Johnny, to making this BRICS Employment Working Group and LEM a success. Chair, you can continue to count on the ILO for support going forward. We wish you a great and successful working group session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hayter. We'll now call upon Mr. Yukun Zhu for the International Social Security Association.
Respected Director General, Mr. Lamati. Respected Ms. Susan Hayt. One excellent example is our host country, South Africa, where the Parliament passed in June this year the National Health Insurance Bill for ensuring universal access to the same essential health care regardless of financial means. In May this year, the Department of Social Development of South Africa won the ISA Triennial Good Practice Award for Africa for the Child Support Grant and its role in the gradual extension of social security coverage to vulnerable children. Furthermore, South Africa plans to host the next ESA Regional Social Security Forum for Africa to showcase its achievements and boost social security development in this whole continent. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say that it's time for Africa, and it's time in particular for South Africa. Encouraging advancement has also been observed in other BRICS countries as well, such as enhanced unemployment protection through the 2022 law on the employment in the Russian Federation, the 2020 Social Security Code in India, and the national polling of the basic pension for employees in China. Earlier this year, DataPrev, Social Security Information and Technology Enterprise from Brazil, was awarded the Good Practice Award for the Americas 2023 for its emergency aid during the COVID-19 pandemic, which reached 118 million people. These BRICS initiatives will significantly contribute to global progress towards universal social protection. The extension of BRICS membership to 6 countries from 1st January 2024 will undoubtedly further promote international exchanges and cooperation in addressing common challenges in employment and social protection. The 4 priority topics chosen by the host are extremely important, not only for the BRICS countries, but also for the ESA and its entire membership. I sincerely hope that the project on the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform, as proposed by the host, will achieve fruitful results. To conclude, I would like to reiterate ESA's continuing support in promoting BRICS cooperation in social protection, and I wish the meeting a complete success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhu. I'll now call upon Dr. Lokaro Hlabanu, representing the African Regional Labor Administration Center.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Chairperson of the Employment Working Group, Mr. Tovilo Lamati, allow me, Honorable Chair, to observe all courtesies and protocols in the meeting. On behalf of the African Regional Labor Administration Center, I'm highly excited to be afforded another opportunity to present a goodwill message in this meeting. Chairperson, in your invitation letter to us at the commencement of South Africa's chairship of BRICS, you told us that your aim was to foster continuity of the ongoing efforts and to ensure that the BRICS countries remain competitive of the ongoing efforts, and to ensure that the sustainability in member countries even after the COVID-19 pandemic. You said South Africa is championing this drive under the all-encompassing theme, ensuring decent work, dignity, and respect for all. To that end, you prioritized the building of sustainable enterprises, new forms of employment, and increasing productivity, promotion of labor rights and decreasing decent work deficits, universal social protection and ensuring basic income, and promoting decent work by closing skills gaps in the informal economy. Allow me, Mr. Chair, to commend you and the rest of the BRICS membership for coining such a carefully conceived and thought-out theme and priorities, all of which I have no doubt you are bound to achieve. It can be concluded, Chair, that the role of the chairship of South Africa is premised on the important need to provide a framework for bringing labor matters to the forefront of development policy in BRICS, an imperative for its stakeholders to engage each other to put in place a comprehensive and all-embracing policy framework. Listening to the presentations by representatives of member countries in the previous meetings which I attended, the emphasis was that there is need for member countries to revisit the imperative of evolving a progressive national development agenda which can empower the state to respond to the interests of the people in a proactive and activist manner. I'm aware, Chair, that the issues raised during the sessions of the Employment Working Group meetings are not exhaustive, but meant to generate further debates with the ultimate aim of ensuring that citizens enjoy some succor at any time they are forced to lack income or to stay out of employment. Mr. Chair, the priorities you chose are central to human development. Government should certainly ensure provision of adequate infrastructure to enhance citizens' capacities for comprehensive development. Entrepreneurship, as you indicated again this morning, has become the main driver of our economies, but the critical infrastructure required to promote it is clearly lacking in our countries. The mass media must therefore promote a culture of innovation to redirect the BRICS society to reclaim the lost opportunities for socio-economic development. Time is ripe for the development of indigenous cultures on innovation, and the informal economy potential in that regard should not be underrated. Within such a development framework, Chair, member countries must stress the adoption of macroeconomic policies that can create employment through boosting aggregate productive capacity, expanding industrial capacity, and mainstreaming the decent work agenda in the formulation of all policies. The occasion of your chairship has been instrumental towards the furtherance of the BRICS countries' quest to generate new perspectives and strategies in the advancement of decent work as an overall strategy of economic development and equitable growth. The creation and sustenance of decent work is critical to human-centered national development, and in particular, equitable growth and poverty alleviation. A functioning mechanism for tripartite consultation and social dialogue must therefore be promoted to improve the governance of the labor market. A critical aspect of decent work on which real improvement is needed, Chair, is the rights of working people. The institutional framework for achieving decent work goals may be in place, but it needs movement, regular reform, and upscaling in order to align labor market issues with broader macroeconomic governance. We entirely support your views, Chair, that social protection matters remain an issue, and the challenge of how to better the conditions of not only the minority of the working population, but those of the entire society is paramount. This is important because in one way or the other, those of the entire society, members of the society, either in workplaces or in the society at large, as of right, expect government to provide a certain form of hope for the future, even for their families. Social protection in this sense would mean a secured future and hope for the individual and family, predicated on the state management and ultimate care and concern. Social protection, Chair, should not be a clever, social protection policy, Mr. Chair, should not be a clever attempt to make government abdicate its social responsibility, but particularly to the vulnerable groups. With enduring institutions, commitment to transparency and democratic norms, the public sector should be sanitized, and the state must be made to assume its rightful place as the institution that protects, defends, and provides welfare services for the weak segments in our society. Much of the political insecurity, Chair, in our countries can be associated with the socio-economic insecurity, that is poverty, absolute want, destitution, hunger, hopelessness, disease, and unemployment, and all other ills that can be induced by lack of employment in our society where citizens have nothing to do. This session was therefore spot on, Chair, when it identified the informal economy as a catalyst for employment generation and hence the need to close the skills gaps therein. The informal economy has become necessary given the prevailing socio-economic situation in the member countries. Through the informal economy, idle labor would be equipped with technical skills for self-employment, resulting in poverty alleviation. This, however, requires that the government recognizes and integrates this sector with the formal sectors and blend the formal and informal education through some process of lifelong learning. As I conclude, Chair, through a blend of our engaging presentations, group and panel discussions, we all gained a deeper understanding of the imperative of visibility, the power and impact of influence. Although this has been my first attendance at BRICS, I feel convinced that this should be the most successful meeting, judging from the number of countries that have just been admitted as new members and those that have flooded the entrance into BRICS, expressing interest to be admitted into the organization. My esteemed Chair, permit me to observe that you own the right product. You need agility in making timely strategic decisions at the right level to reap the benefits of the great effort we have all witnessed. Somebody said, and please take note, that in the new normal, being sluggish versus nimble in decision-making is a sure way to end up like the proverbial dodo, that is extinction. We are extremely grateful for the opportunity you afforded us to be part of the BRICS meetings on 3 different occasions. On behalf of ALAC again, I pledge our support to the ideals of the BRICS group, and we will certainly explore all possible ways of collaborating with you for the mutual benefit of our 2 organizations. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lavanu. We're now going to have a cultural video that will be playing. We want to show you the beautiful parts of this part of the world, so that when you leave here, you don't take along with you your currencies. So that's why we're showing you this, so that when you have time, you are able to spend your currencies that you brought to this part of the world. So we'll have a video now playing.
Phakama Mzansi. The time to celebrate is upon us. This year, we are celebrating Heritage Month under the theme celebrating our cultural diversity in a democratic South Africa. Join Deputy President Paul Mashatile at this year's National Heritage Day event and the opening ceremony of the Indigenous Games Festival to be held on the 24th of September to kickstart the week-long cultural festivities at the Princess Magogo Stadium, KwaMashu, until the 29th of September. Pungasali, let's celebrate our rich cultural heritage and diversity that have made South Africa a unique and beautiful country to live in. A message from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Phakama Mzansi. The time to
So I know that in the previous meetings we've showed you the videos of the, the country, the nice places that you can go to, and incidentally, there's a Oceans Mall here. Where we are, there's an Oceans Mall. So 5 or 10 minutes that you have, go and indulge there. Thank you very much for that. We will now move on, and I'll ask Mr. Sipondebele to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, DG. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to introduce Mr. Siboniso Duma, a cadre of the movement who rose through the ranks of the African National Congress Youth League. He has been a member of the provincial parliament for a long time and served in various portfolios. Professionally, he is the leader of government business. He is the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs. Comrade Duma is very influential in driving investment throughout the corners of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. He has ensured that all entities under his department are at the forefront of facilitating investment and funding. Recently, MEC Duma has emphasized the importance of taking advantage of being part of
Thank you so much, Program Director. It was never my intention of dealing with horizontal and vertical things when I come here, so I'm glad it was done by someone else. Thank you for affording us this opportunity. Babati Lamati, the Director General of the Department of Employment and Labor, Mr. Kaiser Mohane, Rep from the Labor, Dr. Johnny Musabayana, International Labor, Mr. Yukun Zhu, Ms. Eki Moila was already taken the podium. Our distinguished guests from different parts of the globe, workers representing different spheres of government and the private sector, members of the media, Sanbonan, Dumelang, good morning this morning. Siyabonga kakhulu ke ngokusinikeza this opportunity. Habari, Jambo. I rise to welcome to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And I agree with the sentiment that you've already raised, Program Director, that we thought the cultural video was going to take the entire scope and the landmarks of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because we boast this province with beautiful mountains, the proper safari in the northern belt, the 600-kilometer coastline. So we thought all those things are going to be projected so that they give you. But why we're here today and what's the fundamental crust about the BRICS and this event of today? I'm just going to cite and quote Frantz Fanon, and I open the quote. Sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. When they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It will create a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable, called cognitive dissonance. And because it is so important to protect the core belief, they will rationalize, ignore, and even deny anything that does not fit with that core belief. I close quote on that, just citing why this BRICS, why it is critical for us to be debating these matters. Between the 17th and the 21st of August, we extended a warm hand of partnership to the delegates from different parts of the globe. They were here for the BRICS Women's Business Alliance Trade Conference and the BRICS KZN Trade and Investment Seminar Program Director. The two events were attended by delegates from Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Rwanda, Zambia, DRC, Egypt, Ghana, Tanzania, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, China, India, Brazil, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, just to highlight those. And I think they've benefited because there's a nice declaration at the end. The BRICS KZN Trade and Investment Seminar, in particular, culminated into a visit to our two special economic zones. We thought they were going to be highlighted just because as you land in King Shaka Airport, that's one of our nodal points. It's called Durban Trade Port, where we are creating a proper material condition and an enabling environment that if you want to trade, if you want to apply the trade in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, it's one of those areas. In Richards Bay, ITZ, it's one of those strategic areas because it's along and around the coastal strip. And we measure and we boast with two major ports that are servicing almost the entire continent of Africa, which is in Durban Port and Richards Bay Port. We announced towards the end of last week that the two economic zones have attracted combined investment of 25 billion over the last the 5 past years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to more investment from potential investors, especially from BRICS countries. Our main focus is to ensure economic recovery and job creation. As you are aware that countries globally are recovering from the impact of COVID-19. The pandemic came at a difficult time as the country's economy was already on downward trajectory in the country called South Africa, in the province called KwaZulu-Natal. Our greatest concern is that job losses have resulted into spiraling levels of poverty. Many workers were retrenched and condemned to rural villages and peri-urban informal settlements with no means of survival, as Program Director. The most negative affected economic sectors were manufacturing, transport, retail, including tourism, trade. The significant global economic contradiction caused immense destruction and a great deal of instability in the labor markets worldwide. The consequence of negative economic conditions, as you know, Program Director, it has imposed hardships on millions of people, especially the working class in our environment. A growing number of forecasts reveal that food prices will continue to rise sharply in coming months. KwaZulu-Natal is not the exception, as it is going to be affected by the rise in food prices as a result of droughts. This complicated an already unbearable situation of poverty and squalor, where our province recorded an estimated number of people that are food insecure to be more than 3.5 million and more than 580,000 households. On the issue of recovery, economic challenges on civil servants, critically, government will want to work with organized labor to seriously address the issue of employees who are in debt as we speak. I'm aware that many workers in different spheres of government and in the private sector are drowning in debt, and something ought to be done, in particular the banking sector and the industries at the level of private sector, comprehension and understanding the role of our government. The garnishes orders in the public service leaves them with no salaries each month. We are hopeful that this working group will adopt a clear resolution spelling out a program of action to save our workforce. Civil servants that are in debt are unproductive and are always absent at work and are stressed in some instances. This affects service delivery. The province of KwaZulu-Natal Program Director, we are also focusing on reskilling of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. It is for this reason I've tasked my office to plan a meeting with key stakeholders. We will discuss economic recovery plans and also look how best we could work together to sharpen the skills of the people of this province, including workers. We have an enduring partnership with key industries, role players and civil through forums such as KZN Growth Coalition, the KZN Economic Council and KZN Human Resource Council, Development Council, which is comprised of representative academic institutions. We want to focus on a clear, massive skilling revolution of skilling of our people who have been retrenched, those who have been retrenched in particular, or those who lost their jobs in both informal and formal economies. We want them to be reabsorbed in other sectors or just create a material condition that is going to assist them formulate their new business. With their skills, they could operate in the following areas which are dominant in the province of KwaZulu-Natal: mechanics, construction laborers, electricians and plumbers, taverns and shipping operators, small-scale farmers, catering and retail. There are other workers in the creative industry, tourism and other many sectors too, to mention. With the right training, we want them to become entrepreneurs capable of creating job opportunities in the township and rural areas. Compatriots, as already introduced by Babu Ndebele Mazalankosi, we want to thank you that our moral compass is always driven by the Freedom Charter, as you know, which was adopted by governing party, the ANC, many years ago. The Charter guides us on what type of an environment should be democratic government create for workers. Better living and working conditions for workers is not a favor, but a constitutional right which the democratic government is to uphold at all material times. The country's constitution guarantees human rights for all, the right to a minimum standard of life, including the right to access to health, education, social security, food, and water. Decent work is the foundation of the fight against poverty and inequality. The creation of decent work and sustainable livelihood is central to our agenda as the ANC-led government. Program Director, I'm aware that BRICS Research Network seminar convened yesterday. The BRICS Trade Union Forum started yesterday and will end on Thursday. And we are so thankful that you chose KwaZulu-Natal as the province just to come and create a galvanized strategy in ensuring that you address the imbalances of the past, which was created by the apartheid system in our era. We appreciate the fact that the discussion has been robust, characterized by an exchange of progressive ideas on how to shape the way forward. We value your working as a labor expert and practitioners assigned to the BRICS Employment Working Group. It is not an exaggeration to point out that the people of this province and workers in particular are looking forward to groundbreaking resolution emanating from all these gatherings, especially from Labour and Employment Ministers' Conference start on the 28th of September. The theme, which is just depicted behind me, ensuring decent work, dignity and respect for all, creates hope for a better future characterized by equal access to decent work and economic opportunity. We want KwaZulu-Natal to be remembered for many years to come for having laid a solid ground and a breaking ground for ensuring that our people in the entire global village are going to tap and harvest and harness from it. Compatriots, all these BRICS events come few days after the provincial government hosted the King Shaka Day and Heritage Day events. On Saturday and Sunday, the people of this province across all racial lines showed unity in diversity. The people of this province are all inspired by the great leaders such as King Shaka Zulu, the founder of the Zulu nation. Shaka Zulu was a military genius who made the Zulu world famous globally. King Shaka International Airport is named after him. Probably majority of you landed in that airport, which is inspired by his glorious understanding that human beings must be united, must work together and collaborate. As we always say, you don't have to see this province, but you have to feel it and enjoy it. I'm glad Mr. Zoe is saying that we are creating an enabling environment, and we are grateful that that has been noted. The trip to northern part of the province always gives you, as visitors, the unique opportunity to climb the valleys and hills overlooking many rivers that run ceaselessly day and night. Utugela and Umfolo's rivers had nurtured the nation and continue to be a source of inspiration for this nation that was created by our first president, Nelson Mandela, the first president of a democratic South Africa. Our greatest gift from God is that this province boasts 2 World Heritage sites, game parks and vast lands with breathtaking landscape. Beautiful weather and abundance of fauna and flora is what attract domestic and international tourists. Once again, we wish you a splendid and a solid foundation as we welcome you, and we wish you all the best in your deliberations. Aluta continua. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I'm told that the correct video will be flighted now. So we heard you. So we'll flight that video as we prepare to break for tea. So we'll fly the video and thereafter we break for tea. Thank you very much. I've been informed that we have not printed documents for this meeting. So to access documents, go to this website, www.brics23.com, and that's where you'll access the documents.
Sometimes I get a good feeling. If it's fun in the sun you want, then our Zulu Kingdom is always the answer. Where else can you escape to a safari in the morning, visit exquisite high-end boutiques at midday, and experience fine Afro-fusion dining in the evening? Alternatively, you could climb a mountain for breakfast, go fishing for lunch, and surf your way to end your day. A land so steeped in heritage, a place where natural phenomena set this land alight like mystical happenings only spoke of in tales of wonderment, where colorful cultures collide in harmony, a symphony of taste and color, unbeknown to anyone who has not visited before, trumpeting a legacy of Zulu royalty, unraveling back to the time of the great King Shaka and beyond. Feel the warm embrace of our Zulu Kingdom. It's more than just the all-year-round warm weather. It's a climate of sunny smiles, people singing warm welcomes to exceptional times. Winter perfect, with sunshiny days that make for welcome, family-orientated seaside getaways or party weekends on the beach al fresco. It's where Monte Carlo meets Miami and just fun, fun, fun in the sun. A province is blessed with two beautifully diverse World Heritage sites of such magnitude, the Umhlanga Drakensberg and the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, inspiring a call for the feeling of adventure in any direction you choose. And this is by no means your traditional kingdom of old. This is a kingdom where world-class infrastructure meets global connectivity. The continent's trade gateway, home to two of Africa's premier ports, Durban, the busiest in Africa, and Richards Bay, the deepest in Africa, as well as being host to Africa's first aerotropolis, the Durban Trade Port. It is where feeling for business is matched by your feeling for things world-class. We work hard and play harder. Where else could you hold Africa's biggest horse racing event, one of the world's most challenging marathons, and have a whole range of events, experiences, destinations and attractions, all within a 2-hour drive of Durban CBD? Anything but conventional. Zulu Kingdom exceptional.
We apologize for the quality of the sound. We'll fix it, but you get the essence of the message. Thank you very much. Tea is served outside. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. We're 30 minutes ahead of our schedule, which is very good. We now move to a presentation on the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform, which will be done by Mr. Jens Dyring Christensen, who's a Senior Enterprise Specialist at the ILO. Over to you, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is this loud and clear? Okay, thank you. All right, I hope I won't be distracted by this lady who is translating for me or doing sign language. But good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. D.G. Lamati, esteemed guests, representatives from government, organized business, and organized labor. All of those of you who have traveled very far to come to beautiful South Africa, and thank you to our host, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and to my own director, Johnny Musabayana, the representative of the DG, Susan Hayter, and my other colleagues, Anita Amoram. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So my role today is to present to you the productivity ecosystem for decent work in BRICS countries. And we've discussed this before. And just to give you a bit of a background of what I'm going to cover in my presentation, what has we discussed in the past few BRICS meetings? Why is the Employment Working Group advocating for a BRICS productivity ecosystem? Why is productivity important, and what is the type of productivity we're aiming for? And why is it important not only for economic growth, but for decent work and so on and so forth? So I want to talk about the type of productivity we ideally want. I think that is important, and I want to make that disclaimer. I'm going to give you a bit of productivity statistics from BRICS countries, something about your trade relations. I'll present the concept for productivity for decent work, and then the broad outlines and a budget that I hope is not going to take your breath away. So in our previous discussion, I can't see the slides here, but in the first, you remember that in our first Employment Working Group meeting in February, the ILO was asked by the Employment Working Group to share some of our experiences around productivity. What is it we are doing? How are we working with member states across the world? We did that, and then that was endorsed by the Employment Working Group. It was proposed by the Presidency of South Africa, and ultimately after that, the ILO was asked to then go ahead and develop a more fully fledged program, which we did, and we have a fully fledged project document that has been shared with the South African government. Then at the second meeting, we then did a presentation on how would such a productivity ecosystem project look like, what are some of the indicators we were looking at, and then after that, in the Heads of State Summit, rather I should say, that took place in end of August, the Heads of State actually endorsed the productivity ecosystem, and I quote for you in, I think, paragraph 38 of the declaration, the Heads of State said, quote, "We will explore the development of a BRICS platform to implement the productivity ecosystem for decent work," end of quote. So this is the highest level of commitment. I think what we are trying to do here today and also in the Labor and Employment Ministers meeting is to get the full and final buy-in from yourself, from your ministers, and from the social partners in the countries. So that's where we are. That is a bit of the background for today. Now, let me talk a bit about productivity and why is productivity important. We have discussed this before. And in very simple terms, without going into any technical details, in simple terms, the concept of productivity relates to the amount of output that can be produced from available inputs. So productivity growth can happen in two ways. So it is getting more output from the given input that you have available, or achieving the same output with fewer inputs, whether that is labor or capital or multi-factor productivity. So in other words, productivity is about creating more with less, creating economic value and outputs with the fewest resources possible, whether that is labor, capital, or what sometimes is a bit confusing for people, what we call multi-factor productivity. So those are what we call intangibles. That is, good quality management. It's leadership skill. It's how you actually use innovation, how you are able as an enterprise owner to manage your operation and production processes. And that's perhaps not always fully understood. Now, let me also say that today it is commonly agreed that productivity is the foundation for prosperity. The only way a country can increase its standard of living sustainably and over time is to produce more goods and services with fewer resources. And here we are all reminded by the Nobel Prize winner in economics, Joseph Stiglitz, who is often and famously quoted for saying, and here I quote, "Productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it is almost everything. A country's ability to improve its standard of living over time depends almost entirely on its ability to increase its output per worker." End of quote. And I'm not moving these slides, I'm just staying a bit on this slide, so if you don't think I'm moving these slides, I just want to unpack this concept a bit further. So our productivity colleagues here from Productivity SA who are here and others that are familiar with productivity know that we always quote Joseph Stiglitz, but I think there's a reason for this, because despite the overuse of this term, it has a very important and true virtue. The fact is that it is empirically verifiable, and it's factually accurate. In the past century, what we see is that countries that have improved standards of living have also raised the value of output per worker. In short, productivity matters. But if you look at the screen now, I think what is important is it's not just about innovation and technological process. It's not just about a small group of firms that are technologically advanced and a small group of investors that makes money. It's about creating productive societies. And I think this is what we want to see and what we are trying to aspire to in the BRICS. So it's not productivity at all costs. It's not productivity for the sake of productivity, but it's what productivity contributes to. So we need a certain type of productivity, one that creates jobs, and not only jobs, but decent jobs. And also productivity that provides safe and healthy working conditions and also has a fair distribution of gains in living standards. I think that's important. So the question is, what is the best way to achieve this type of productivity growth? Saying that productivity matters, I think we can all agree, is not the same as saying we understand fully what are all the determinants of productivity in a country. I think that's very important. Because if we look at it historically, since the Industrial Revolution, a large part of productivity growth has been achieved through technological innovation, which is why productivity today, to a large extent, has become synonymous with technological process in production, manufacturing, and related services, and so on and so forth. Now, this is where I'd like to refer to what I think are some profound observations by a professor called Danny Roderick. Some of you might be familiar with Danny Roderick. He is a professor in political economy at the Kennedy School at Harvard University. And I think he is one of the foremost thinkers of productivity today. And Danny Roderick, he says that our intention about how innovation promotes productivity is shaped by our everyday experience in business and how we see business operating. Firms that adopt new technologies tend to become more productive, allowing them to outcompete firms that doesn't adopt new technologies, the so-called technologically laggards, as we say. But then he goes on to say that a productive society is not the same as a productive firm. And I think this is very important to understand. And that something that promotes productivity in a business may not work or may even backfire at the level of a country or an economy. So the distinction we need to make is that firms have the luxury, so to speak, of focusing on the productivity on only those resources they choose to employ. But a society needs to enhance the productivity of all its people, also those that are struggling and left behind. So we cannot assume that technological progress of a minority of highly productive firms and investors will eventually trickle down to everyone. I mean, just think about the whole hype today about artificial intelligence, but how many people are benefiting from that today? Now, so if you look at economic history, this is not the case. Yes, the Industrial Revolution did start what we see as a long period of economic growth, but the improvement in well-being, working conditions, and improved living standards took a very, very long time to manifest itself for most ordinary workers. And my question to you, isn't also that the case today? Really, when you look at it? For the large majority of working people in the world today, especially those toiling away with hard and precarious work in the informal economy, the benefits have still not materialized. So, just a quick summary of what we do know and what some of the lessons are. What we see is there's a strong link between productivity and good working conditions. And at the ILO, when we work with firms in some of our business management training programs, we often hear firms saying, we need to increase productivity, we need to create more revenue, we need to create more profit before we can improve jobs. We cannot afford the minimum salary, or we can't offer paid leave to workers, or we can't contribute to their pension funds and so on and so forth, or employment injury schemes and so on and so forth. And there are many more reasons, but actually productivity and good working conditions goes hand in hand, and that is very, very important. So what we do know is that in all enterprises, low levels of productivity often coexist with poor working conditions. Especially in SMEs, we see there's a general lack of awareness of the importance of healthy and safe working environments, and also the costs that actually happens when you have an injury and some worker is not able to work for some time, or the entrepreneur for that matter. We also see that there's a solid evidence that modern management practices actually improve productivity. And then very interesting, in this whole age of startup and the importance we pay to startup enterprise and startup nations across the world, what we actually see historically is that productivity increase happens when existing firms become better at what they do. That is the most important driver of productivity growth. And we also see that at a country level, overall productivity increases when existing firms become better at what they do, right? I think there are some lessons in there. So the virtues, so productivity, good working conditions, I already said that. That's a fundamental belief we have in the ILO, and I believe all of us here in this room that are working in labor and employment and promotion of decent work can agree to this. Now, my colleague Susan, she earlier mentioned this virtuous cycle of productivity. So ultimately what we aspire to and what you see up there is a productive society where productivity improvements translates into economic growth, which translates into employment creation, transition to formalization of enterprise and also of conditions of employment, where decent work reinforces each other and continues to reinforce each other in a cycle, in a spiral that actually is not going to the bottom, but is going up, where ultimately we see more inclusive economies and societies where living standards improve over time. And you see the circle there. This is what we call the virtuous cycle of productivity, which ultimately we see also lead to improved global competitiveness. And we all in this global economy where global value chains and supply chains are crisscrossing the globe, being globally and internationally competitive is very, very important. So we showed this slide, the ILO, in our last employment working group in May, so I won't go into detail, just to remind everyone what we are talking about. So that is the high levels of informality across BRICS countries. And the point is that these informal economic units or enterprises with low levels of productivity, they drag total productivity at the country level down. And this is also what we see on the next slide. And here I want to go into some labor productivity statistics. And some of you might start seeing things in a different way. This is a graph we pulled out from, or data we pulled out with help of the ILO International Labor Statistics Department. And I just want to explain the measures we are looking at. So this is productivity measured in what we call international dollars, not US dollars, but international dollars. So an international dollar would buy in any of the BRICS countries a comparable amount of goods and services that a US dollar would buy in the United States. And this is, some of you may be familiar with it, this is also what is called the Purchasing Power Parity, PPP. And it's a macroeconomic metric or analysis used to compare economic productivity and standards of living between countries. And the PPP compares different countries' currencies through a basket of goods approach. So what we see here, and what you see here is that the top line, the red line, is Russia. The next turquoise line is South Africa. Then we have the green line, which is Brazil. The red line is China. And the yellow line is India. Now, what this shows is the increase in productivity measured in terms of value of output per hour worked in a given economy. And from 2005 to 2007, we see that Russia today actually has the most productive economy in international dollars at a value of 30.36 international dollars per hour worked, followed by South Africa, Brazil, China, and India. What is interesting here is also that South Africa and Russia back in 2005 had almost the same productivity around 2021. You see it there at the beginning of 2005 on the left-hand side. But since then, Russia has pulled away from South Africa and has managed to increase productivity overall by 43.5%, whereas South Africa has only increased 17.4% according to this measure. But then please also observe China and India, who had the same productivity levels in 2005 at around 3.5 international dollar per hour worked. But since then, China has experienced a total productivity increase of 262%. That's massive. But they are starting from a low base, but that is a massive increase. And India has also had a massive increase at more than 130%. So still, ladies and gentlemen, whereas China and India currently have the lowest productivity levels overall among the BRICS countries, and let's be honest, it's not because Chinese firms and Indian firms are not competing on the same levels as the other countries. On the contrary, it is because they have a very large informal economies, SMEs, where decent working conditions are not materializing, and that is actually dragging overall productivity levels down. And as we have seen in China, that massive increase has actually contributed to some of the most impressive poverty reduction efforts globally ever seen. Now, the next slide, I'm going to show you the new members of the bloc. I think just for sake of, I thought you might find this interesting. The next slide is, this slide is a quick illustration of what labor productivity looks like in the new members of BRICS. So here we have on the top Saudi Arabia, we have United Arab Emirates, which is the green. Then we have, I think we have Argentina, the blue. Then we have Egypt, Iran, Egypt, Iran, and Ethiopia, which is at the bottom line. And I think what stands out here is the high productivity levels of Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, which is, of course, directly related to Saudi Arabia being the largest exporter of petroleum or crude oil, and UAE being the sixth largest exporter. But however, both countries, as you will see from 2005, have also experienced a decrease in overall productivity also signifying as the world is gradually becoming less dependent on fossil fuels and crude oil. But other data, and I think this is quite interesting, other data that stands out in terms of productivity is that if you look at the productivity levels, Argentina is comparable to Russia, Iran is comparable to South Africa, Egypt is comparable to Brazil with the new countries. Ethiopia is an outlier, is the country with the lowest level of productivity of the new member states. The productivity of Ethiopia today is what it was in China and India back in 2005. Still, I think it's important to say that productivity in Ethiopia from 2005 to 2021 has actually increased by more than 200%. So also a massive productivity increase. Now, next slide. When it comes to trade relations, you saw this in our previous meetings, so I won't go into detail. Just to remind everyone that BRICS are trading more with the rest of the world than you currently do within itself or with yourself. And what we see here that South Africa at 12% and Russia at 13% are actually the two countries that are trading most within BRICS, and less so China and India, which are trading more with the rest of the world. So that's the background of what are some of the statistics and indicators. So let's move to the actual productivity concept, and I'm not trying to confuse with some sort of hypnosis trick where I want to start rotating these circles. This really explains the productivity ecosystem approach, and this approach we're taking the ILO, trying to see how can this approach also contribute to improving overall productivity in BRICS societies. And the main point here is that one must not only focus on the firm level and try to make firms more productive, but creating productive societies is a whole of society approach. And this is what we try to illustrate with the three levels of the ecosystem. So if you look at that blank thing up there, so the outer level, the blue ring, is legal and regulatory frameworks. The white ring is institutions, meso-level institutions that are reinforcing legal and regulatory frameworks, and then at the inner level we have the core, the enterprises. And just to put some text on there, what we see here, what is it that actually influence how firms operate in the ecosystem? So the outer ring, policies and laws, and the legal and regulatory environment. This is where trade and investment policies are designed, import-export regulations, macroeconomic and fiscal policies, employment policies, education policies, which all has a bearing on whether an economy and a society is productive. I hope you can follow. Huh? You must be tired soon with the sign language there. Then at the meso level, this is the second ring, the institutional level. This is where organizations, on the one hand, enforce the laws and regulations that are in the outer ring, but also provide services to firms and workers. Here we have support functions from government entities, government ministries, banks and commercial institutions, business support organizations, employers organizations, trade unions, but also education institutions and TVETs and universities and polytechnics, which ideally need to produce graduates that are employable with a certain set of skills and competencies, right? And then at the inner core, the final text coming on here, that's where we want to see sustainable enterprises where occupational safety and health standards are in place, where gender equality is happening, where management skills are in place, where working conditions are good, and ultimately enterprises that are growing and creating jobs. So that's the type of productivity we want. Now, making sure that these levels are turning in the same direction, so to speak, and are mutually reinforcing each other is very critical. So when it comes to implementation of this productivity ecosystem approach, I think it's important to realize that we cannot do everything at once, and it is important to focus and prioritize. And here I would like to ask you to look at the screen again, and I want to introduce to you what have become known internally in the ILO as the pizza slice. that you see coming on there. Now, the pizza slice is really just saying you must focus. You cannot do everything at once. So, for instance, in South Africa, with Productivity SA, who's here today, when we're implementing the productivity ecosystem approach, you're not trying to do everything across all sectors and the entire economy at the same time. We have chosen, based on the advice from South African constituents and stakeholders, and based on policies and analysis we did, we're focusing on the automotive sector and the leather and footwear sector. And then we try to see in those sectors, what are the implications at the macro level? What are the implications at the institutional level, at the meso level? Are the right institutions there? And how can we then subsequently work with enterprises to improve jobs, make sure they grow in these sectors, and so on and so forth. So what we see, and here I want to refer to Danny Roderick again, as one of the culprits we see when we try to pursue this productivity ecosystem is inappropriate regulations and institutions, which very often, I would say, skew the bargaining power in the economy towards larger enterprises, or it restrict entry by outsiders or by smaller firms to get into some of these sectors. For instance, in the automotive industry, what we see is in South Africa, the lower tier suppliers. So on the one hand, at the top, we have the original equipment manufacturers, the OEMs, your big brands, your car brands, but they don't produce everything themselves. They actually rely on their suppliers, tier 1, tier 2, tier suppliers. Now, to what extent are they productive and also providing a decent working condition? That's something we are looking at. And then finally, another culprit is the nature of technology itself, because innovation often empowers only a specific group, such as highly skilled workers and highly skilled professionals. I think we need to acknowledge that as well. And I think I still have a bit of time. Sipho and DG Lamati told me to speak for about 30 minutes. So I'm continuing, I'm soon done. So we can also unpack these productivity drivers or constraints to productivity growth. This is simply another way of looking at the ecosystem. So imagine if you're an SME and you need to operate and find your way in the myriad of institutions that are providing support to you, the myriad of regulations and rules and policies and so on and so forth. So all the elements, factors you see up there, they can either be a driver, if it's well functioning, if it is in place, but if it's not in place, it's actually a constraint or inhibitant to productivity growth. So let us move to the final element, and I won't go into a lot of detail here because you've seen this before, which is the actual program itself. So here we are looking at some overall high-level results in terms of the objective we are trying to achieve in BRICS countries and some related outcomes. And it's all related to interventions and outcomes at each of the system levels, so macro, meso, and micro. So ultimately, we want to ensure that we have sustained productivity growth and decent work in selected sectors in each BRICS country to be decided and chosen with each specific BRICS country. And it could be that these could be sectors that could also reinforce and strengthen trade relations where there's a comparative advantage between countries in different sectors, something to be considered. And then at the outcome level, the first outcome is to ensure that tripartite constituents have improved capacity to support productivity growth and competitiveness through the design and endorsement on evidence-based policies and programs and institutions that actually reinforce those policies and programs. So here, again, we look at the interlinkage between macro and meso level. And then on outcome 2, making sure that sectors and enterprise level constraints are tackled, resulting in productivity growth in firms, but also in sectors as a whole. So here we have the link between meso and micro level. And I'm happy to have separate discussions on this. And the target groups, of course, ultimate beneficiaries are SMEs in the sectors and the workers they employ and their families that ultimately will benefit from better productivity, higher wages, more disposable income, as we saw in that virtuous cycle of productivity. And of course, implementing partners are yourself, the Ministry of Labor, the social partners, but perhaps also ministries that in some countries are in charge of industrial policies and productivity organization, which is not always the Ministry of Labor, as is the case in South Africa, but sometimes these are other entities. And of course, working with the key employers and business member organizations, working with the trade unions, but also working with the sectoral associations that are in specific sectors of the economy to get their buy-in. I think that's very important. Now, what we are doing in the other countries is a phased-in approach. We actually have what we call an inception phase, where before we start up the interventions and pursue intervention, we have a very thorough discussion with constituents. We do some analysis of the policies, of the market constraints and bottlenecks. What are the drivers that are of productivity growth? What are the inhabitants? And then together with constituents, we then decide on a choice of sectors. We panel beat the type of interventions. We design these interventions, and then ultimately we implement the program. In South Africa, in Ghana, and Vietnam, we are now into the second year of implementation, which are the area you see there. Now, in the last BRICS meeting, we also talked about different scenarios for how such a program could work, productivity ecosystem program. We said, as Ms. Hayes has said, we're here to support you, but we are not here to tell you what to do. This is really your job to decide. So with ILO support, each BRICS country, that is scenario one, could pursue a standalone BRICS productivity ecosystem. We're happy to lend our support, but apart from providing technical advice, the ILO would not have any role in managing such a program. That's scenario one. Scenario two is that the ILO may be requested in some countries, perhaps not in all countries, to establish a productivity team of productivity experts like we have in South Africa, but it could be in Brazil or China. They will go ahead by themselves, really up to you. And then there's scenario three, which is the fully fledged BRICS program, where the ILO hires a team of productivity experts working in each BRICS country to really try to implement a productivity ecosystem program. And this is sort of the full show, the full package, so to speak. And that's what I'm showing here in terms of budget items. So this is a high-level budget. We were asked to put some thought into what could a potential high-level budget be for each of the BRICS countries. The idea would be, as we discussed in the previous meeting, to get funding from the new development bank, but perhaps also alternative sources of financing. And what we've picked is at, after some careful analysis, looking at 2 to 3 sectors in each country, is $20 million in each country. It can be more, it can be less, but that is the ideal full package that would also allow us to put a substantive amount of money into our COM2 in terms of how can we unblock sectoral enterprise constraints to productivity. And in terms of staffing, it will allow us to have 2 international experts, 2 national experts in each country who would then work with partners and constituents on implementing this program. And Mr. Titi Lamati, my final slide, the whole idea is then through this to create a platform for productivity and strategic interventions to then discuss perhaps in annual recurring meetings of the Employment Working Group and labor ministers, what are the lessons learned with regard to implementing this program in each country, how can transfer of knowledge and skill be brought between the BRICS countries, including new countries. And potentially also we could start doing more research that we are doing in social protection, research papers on productivity, try to understand better what are the determinants and the constraints and the opportunities in each country, and ultimately to facilitate mutual learning and knowledge sharing and good practices between BRICS countries. That was a long talk. I hope our sign language is still alive. And I thank you for your attention, and back to you, Diti. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite questions from the floor to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the presentation. Any questions? my eyes are, your eyesight is not good. Is that Papa? Okay. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Cyprian Mayamba, Pan-African Productivity Association President. Want to first of all express our delight at being invited at this meeting. And I've also want to echo the statements that have been made by Mr. Haynes. I just want to emphasize, Chair, mine is not a question, but more of support to the presentation earlier made, especially with a total productivity ecosystem approach, in the sense that productivity, for it to really benefit the citizens of our respective countries, there must be an approach that ensures that productivity permeates every area of life. And I want to just emphasize from the Pan-African productivity point of view that we're very, very glad with the efforts that are being made within the BRICS group, and wish that the rest of the continent would have a lot of lessons to learn from this effort, which is very focused, which is, I think, beginning a wave of improving the standard of living of the peoples of the respective countries of the BRICS. I want, with those remarks, Chair, I want to endorse and agree with Mr. Haynes' presentation in totality, and want to look forward to more positive results. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much. Russia?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the South African presidency for the hospitality and organizing this event. And also, I would like to thank the ILO for their perfect presentation. Russia supports the idea of creation of a BRICS platform for information sharing on productivity and decent work issues, but we need some clarification. First of all, as far as we know, the proposed funding was not discussed or confirmed neither by the BRICS Bank nor by countries themselves. So we would like to ask about the financing, actually, because if South Africa, as an initiator of this project, provides the financing well and to maintain it in future, I'm sure that all the countries will be glad to submit information to fill in this platform. Otherwise, the national funding issue is determined by and linked with the budget processes and requires a substantive time to get it. For Russia, the optimistic start of the project funding through federal budget could be 2025, while by that time, economic and labor market situation, which is already rapidly changing, could change even further. And also, there might be many other factors which will make the proposed project relevance lower than it is now. Second one, as for suggest ILO participation in BRICS productivity ecosystem development, we fully support this suggestion, but as you may know, unfortunately nowadays the ILO has suspended its operations in Russia, and this situation makes it difficult to consider the ILO proposal about this platform. So without the ILO reopening its operation in the Russian Federation. Otherwise, either this BRICS program should not rely on the ILO involvement and coordination, or can be considered and referred to as a BRICS program, as any BRICS program should cover all countries without any exceptions. Overall, we think that the rush in adoption of such a project is diminishing its quality and possible value added. We think that the BRICS countries' labor and employment ministers could definitely agree on development of such an ecosystem, and start with asking the Labor Research Institute network to provide an analysis of current productivity support projects in BRICS countries and assessment of their efficiency and effectiveness. Based on such analysis, which should be made in collaboration with research institutions and the social partners where available, the BRICS countries will be able to agree on the next steps in establishing of such an ecosystem. The support from the international organization in this activity should be welcomed, but the project ownership should belong to the BRICS countries. And one more final note, we welcome new countries that join the BRICS. We need to consult with them and make them full-fledged participants of this ecosystem development. Involve them into the analysis stage and based on joint efforts, move forward to launching the ecosystem. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think there's two questions that were clarity seeking questions. You want to respond to them?
Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies. Difficult questions. Thank you very much, Chair. We just want to upfront appreciate the support from Papa generally, and we are hopeful that the lessons that we learn from this engagement will also be part of what we take through our continent, because we build to learn and also enhance in terms of moving forward. On the issues that have been raised by Russia, the funding proposal or the funding figures. If colleagues remember well, during our engagement, we said that we would want to create a project, a cost-funded project. I think that's the wording we used. So that as we develop a proposal to the BRICS Bank, the National Development Banks, and other potential funders, we have at least an idea of what we're talking about. Certainly, there's no agreement on the budget, but we requested the ILO to develop such a project budget and cost so that we clear what we're talking about. At the end of this meeting, with the potential expected endorsement of the ministers of the platform, we need to work how now do we take the process forward. We're not even there yet. We have all the elements of the project that we want. We're presenting it to the ministers for endorsement, and once endorsed, we have a responsibility now in terms of coordination moving forward. How do we do that? Including drafting proposals for potential funding from donors and the National Development Bank. In fact, they had confirmed attendance, so we had hoped that they would be here to hear this discussion so that they have a better appreciation of what is it that we would want to achieve. This is a BRICS-owned project. Once the platform is adopted, it's a BRICS-owned platform, not single member state within the BRICS. So the ILO's role moving forward will always be of supporting a BRICS project. And we would want to keep it like that so that we carry everyone on board, so that everyone has a contribution, and we don't therefore have a situation whereby we are affected by external geopolitical issues that would then ensure that some don't benefit from the project. So our approach has been BRICS, and as we move forward, we move as BRICS. Certainly, the issue of linking some of this with the research network is critical. One of the key elements of the platform will speak to issues of research on productivity and working conditions. So that's a given, that we can't create a plural of platforms, but we must also link to those that we already have in terms of achieving our objectives. I think I've covered all the questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, we'll now move on to invite the representatives of BRICS member countries in alphabetical order to consider the adoption of the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform. So we'll start with Federal Republic of Brazil, which will be followed by People's Republic of China, Republic of India, Russian Federation, Republic of South Africa, and then we will invite as a spokesperson for the guest countries, we'll ask Zimbabwe to speak as an observer. Brazil, over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, apologies. Can we not be too fast for the benefit of the interpreters so that they can catch?
Okay, I'll try. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues of the international organizations, dear colleagues of the employment working groups, dear guests from the guest countries. I would like to begin by thanking our hosts and by highlighting that South African presidency has been fundamental in promoting constructive dialogue in the formal recognition of the participation of social partners and in the establishment of the BRICS Productivity System Platform for Decent Work. These initiatives exemplify the vision and commitment of the South African presidency, and it will be regarded as its legacy. The BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform is an important initiative that embodies the spirit of collaboration and innovation. It holds the promise of transforming the BRICS nations into economic powerhouses while contributing to global progress. As we move forward, we must recognize its potential and work together to make it a catalyst of positive change. This way, we can build a more prosperous, sustainable, and interconnected future. The key aspect of the initiative is the fact that it goes hand in hand with the promotion of decent work, helping to develop the sustainable enterprises, especially MSMEs, is foresaw as a way to preserve and generate formal quality jobs in the medium and long term. The Productivity Ecosystem for Decent Work program will support BRICS member states to put in place an evidence-based, integrated, and long-term strategy aimed at achieving a virtuous cycle between productivity growth and quality formal job creation. In a joint private-public effort, the program will provide a virtuous alignment of policies, regulations, and institutions. The ecosystem may boost economic growth by streamlining trade processes and reducing intra-BRICS barriers. By harmonizing regulations and facilitating the flow of goods and services, it may unleash the economic potential of BRICS nations and enhance their global competitiveness. In this process, we have to keep in mind that in the search for greater productivity, our efforts should evolve hand in hand with creating quality jobs and promote rights which may provide security and opportunity for workers. Collaboration in research and innovation is a key pillar of the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform. By pooling resources, expertise, and knowledge, BRICS countries can accelerate technological advancements in critical industries such as AI, biotechnology, and clean energy. This system encourages infrastructure development in the member nations, focusing on connectivity, transportation, and digital infrastructure. This not only improves regional connectivity, but also paves the way for greater global integration. We all know that sustainability is a global imperative. In this sense, the productivity ecosystem can serve as a model for sustainable development by promoting green technologies, sustainable agriculture practices, and responsible resource management. It addresses environmental challenges collectively and will be able to offer solutions that can be adopted worldwide. We also see the potential for the productivity ecosystem tools to be applied at social and solidarity-based economy enterprises or cooperatives to help them increase efficiency, reduce waste, and achieve their social and environmental goals more effectively. By leveraging data analysis, collaboration, and continuous improvement, enterprises can make a greater impact in their communities while maintaining their commitment to social responsibility. There are some peculiarities in relation to the application of the productivity ecosystem tools in social and solidarity-based economy companies in Brazil that I believe happen also in other BRICS member countries. One of these peculiarities is the cultural and regional diversity of our country. Brazil is a continental country with a great diversity of cultures and traditions in each of its regions. This means that social and solidarity-based economy companies can face different challenges in each region, and productivity tools need to be adapted to these regional realities. Another peculiarity is the existence of social and solidarity-based economy networks in Brazil. These networks are formed by companies and organizations that share common values and objectives such as the promotion of social justice and sustainability. Productivity tools can be applied at the network level, helping to improve collaboration and efficiency between participating companies. In addition, the solidarity economy in Brazil is often associated with local and regional development projects. This means that productivity tools can be used to strengthen local and regional production chains, contributing to the economic and social development of communities. Finally, it is important to emphasize that social and solidarity-based economy is an area in constant evolution and improvement. This means that productivity tools need to be adapted and used to meet the ever-changing needs and challenges faced by solidarity economy companies in the country. As government, we must also highlight the relation between public procurement and productivity. Overall, public procurement can have a positive impact on productivity in several ways, by stimulating innovation, by fostering competition, and investing in infrastructure. In this context, I would like to thank the South African presidency for leading this initiative and promoting fruitful cooperation between the BRICS countries on labor and employment issues. We look forward to keep working together under the South African leadership to jointly work on means to fund the initiative that will be fundamental to preserve and generate more and better jobs with rights by supporting sustainability for our enterprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. China.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. To begin, the delegation of China would like to thank the detailed presentation for this year's significant outcome, BRICS platform on productivity ecosystem for decent work. As President Xi Jinping pointed out, employment is the foundation of people's well-being. The Chinese government has always committed to the people-centered development philosophy, formally implemented the employment-first strategy, enriched and developed proactive employment policies, and continued to strengthen the employment-first orientation, closely focusing on achieving the goal of fuller and higher quality employment. Relatively, full employment has been achieved in a large country with more than 1.4 billion people, becoming an important support for improving people's well-being and promoting economic development. China is grateful for the presidency's initiative and proposal that bring about this BRICS platform. One of the most important outcomes of this year's Labor and Employment Ministers meeting, which fully demonstrates the innovation of BRICS partnership and our leading role in addressing issues and challenges in the world of work. The platform puts forward an action-oriented approach in a holistic manner across 3 levels, which is very constructive. By fully leveraging respective strengths and synergies of governments, workers, employers, and research institutions, conducting interrelationship between productivity and decent work, and identifying feasible strategies at national, sectoral, and enterprise levels, we will be able to achieve social justice and promote common prosperity in a more effective way. China would like to present 3 suggestions for the implementation of this platform. First, ensure sustainability of funding. According to the current terms of reference, the platform will become a permanent mechanism for BRICS labor and employment check and report regularly to our ministers. It is hoped that South Africa, as the leading coordinator of this platform, plays an active role in coordinating funding channels and secure reliable funders. Second, ensure professionalism of the platform. As a pioneering project, its activities should be meticulously designed and its proposal should be implemented, during which the national conditions of each member should be duly respected and considered. Communication and consultation with social partners and the research institute should be strengthened. Meanwhile, we count ourselves on the expertise and the support from the ILO, ISA, and the international financial institutions, whose participation would contribute significantly to the platform. Third, make the platform more targeted. It should focus more on the difficulties and the challenges encountered by BRICS members in promoting decent work and improving productivity, bring us together and share best practice in light of national strategies, hence put forward targeted policy suggestions. It is our common aspiration that we work closely and uphold stability of global supply and value chains and eliminate barriers for sustainable enterprises and decent work deficit. It is a fact that each BRICS country member, including 6 new members, has comprehensive policy framework for promoting decent work and addressing labor market challenges at national and local levels. In the meantime, we also have the obligation to report national policy measures at the ILO supervisory bodies and the G20 employment working group. Some overlapping already exist. The point is, while we put forward this platform and put it into implementation, we do not seek to put much burden on the BRICS member state. In conclusion, we welcome this initiative proposed by South Africa presidency. China will play an active and constructive role in implementing relevant proposals and work together with our BRICS colleagues to promote sustainable enterprises, productive employment creation, and poverty reduction, and bring our collaboration to a brand new level, as we always advocate. We are also more than pleased to hear from other colleagues and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, China. We now go to the Republic of India.
Thank you, Chair. Representatives of the BRICS member countries, guest countries, international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, thank you to South Africa for their hospitality and for the wonderful way they have presented everything. I commend the initiative of South Africa for the productivity ecosystems for decent work that they proposed. It's a vital step towards strengthening the connection between productivity and the promotion of decent work in order to enhance economic growth and foster sustainable enterprises. India stands in support of South Africa's proposal to establish a collaborative platform for BRICS productivity ecosystems within the framework of the strategy for BRICS economic partnerships. A few points, if I may, on that. Number one, the technical paper is focused on improving productivity in the MSME sector, and rightly. However, we also have a huge informal sector, as do many other countries. So efforts should also be made to enhance productivity in the primary economic sectors, especially those related to food security, and that is something that we can take note of. The second point I wanted to make, which has also been made by other colleagues, is on the funding aspect. We note that it is proposed that we may consider securing funding for the inception phase of about $200,000 per country, while in parallel seek to jointly mobilize funds for a larger program. So in this context, securing funds for something like this is not within the remit of the Ministry of Labour and Employment, and we will need to take inputs and funding support from others, and we do not know if that will be that forthcoming. And secondly, we would also suggest a more detailed discussion on the need for a separate funding mechanism, especially since this will also have an impact on the new members. We should not burden them with something that they did not bargain for when they joined our grouping. So that must be kept in mind. We also appreciate the comprehensive approach being taken to address the productivity challenge, and we feel that it was mentioned in the ILO presentation as well, and we feel that we need to broaden by involving other organizations. Other colleagues also mentioned that there are a lot of other organizations within our countries that are not part of the labor and employment ministries. So they need to collaborate with each other. Just as an example, we have the National Productivity Council, which was established a long time back, and I'm sure other countries have similar structures as well. So it's important that they are the ones who create the ecosystem for productivity, and they are specially tasked with it. So we need to have a kind of a collaborative mechanism there. And in many countries, it's not part of our system at all. The next point is that a lot of the information in the report is based on statistics or data which may be a little dated. Just to give you an example of India, in the last 1 or 2 years, a digital platform has been created where 28 million enterprises in the MSME sector have been registered and have become part of the formal economy. They have 142 million workers. Majority of these enterprises are micro enterprises with about $600,000 of annual turnover. So this is something that needs to be accounted for, because otherwise we will not have evidence-based policy making amongst our countries. To tell you very briefly about what is being done for improving productivity, just 2 or 3 points. As I told you, there is a dashboard, there's an online system for them, and so we offer technology upgradation and certification in zero defect and zero effect certification. There's a trust fund for for MSMEs, which provides collateral-free loans up to $10 million. Then Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana for very small micro enterprises, loans up to 1 million rupees, demand-based skilling programs, and others. And just as an important issue when we are talking economics and labor productivity, we must remember that labor productivity must be balanced with and seen in conjunction with workers' rights and also environmental considerations, both of which are very pressing issues of our day. On just going through the issues that have been articulated by colleagues so far, may I suggest, and I also went through the whole technical paper, which is very well done, but may I suggest an improvement on that? May I suggest a base paper on a set of specific and workable recommendations for each country, keeping in mind the current situation in each country, so that we can identify a few areas of overlap between our countries and then collaborate in a more specific manner. So currently the recommendations could be more generic in nature. What I'm saying is let's have very specific and actionable set of points that we can work on together. Lastly, I'll conclude by saying that this is a good holistic approach that's been suggested. We must keep our learnings from the past, country-specific examples, and also build on our collective experiences so that we can implement this initiative in a much, much better manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India. Russia.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And first of all, I would like to thank the Presidency for the clarification. As I told in my previous intervention, we support this initiative. It's very important for the BRICS countries and for our cooperation. Actually, in Russia, labor productivity growth is one of the national development goals, and the sustainability of micro, small and medium-sized enterprises is one of the important objectives in accordance with the presidential decrees. First of all, it's national goals and strategic objectives of the development of the Russian Federation for the period up to 2024, and on the national development goals on the Russian Federation for the period up to 2030. These documents formulate the main tasks of Russia's economic and social development and identify a number of priority projects, including labor productivity, employment support, development of small and medium-sized businesses, and support for individual entrepreneurial initiative. The national project Labor Productivity ensures the formation of a new production culture in the Russian Federation. Today, as an interim result of the implementation of the national productivity project, is an appropriate infrastructure has been created in Russia. The Federal Competence Center is operating, and regional competence center have been created in 60 regions that help companies implement lean manufacturing, improve management, logistics and sales of products. A trial production flow is created, and each enterprise, a team of employees is formed to implement changes and further independent work. Another one, a project to improve the skills of top management, it is called Performance Leaders, is being implemented, as well as a retraining program from the Agency of the Development of Skills and Professions. The innovation movement is being revived. The Russian Export Center helps to enter new markets, and an entrepreneur can update production on a loan of 1% from the Industrial Development Fund. A digital solutions platform has been developed that allows enterprise management to diagnose the enterprise, find program areas, and offer a solution in real time. The second national project, it is called Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises and Support for Individual Entrepreneurial Initiative, was also adopted in 2018 in the accordance of the presidential decree. The implementation of this project actually complements and expands the productivity project, and we could definitely consider it as a part of our productivity ecosystem. The project, which includes 4 federal sub-projects. First of all, is support for the self-employed, creating conditions for an easy start and comfortable doing business, acceleration of small and medium-sized businesses, creation of a digital platform with a target selection mechanism and the possibility of remote receipt of support measures, and special service by SMEs and self-employed citizens. The SME development project promotes the development of SMEs and private initiatives and increases their efficiency, productivity, and contribution to GDP. These 2 national projects contribute to ensuring the growth of the country gross domestic product and maintaining macroeconomic stability and ensuring sustainable growth rates of incomes of the population and the level of pension provision not lower than inflation. These are both key components of the productivity ecosystem in Russia. In this regard, another one I tell that we support this idea. We actually have the experience in this issue. We are ready to work in this sphere. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Russia. Now we move on to the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of the Republic of South Africa is honored to address the esteemed members of the BRICS Labor and Employment Group today. As we gather here on this significant occasion, we are inspired by the potential of collaboration efforts to shape the future of our countries. We fully support the idea of a BRICS-wide productivity ecosystem platform, a visionary initiative that holds the promise of addressing some of the most pressing socio-economic challenges that our country, South Africa, and indeed some BRICS country could also be facing. Our country has been grappling with a myriad of complex issues, including low economic growth, widespread unemployment, informality in the labor market, poverty, and a host of other socio-economic ills. These challenges are not unique to South Africa. They are shared by many of our fellow BRICS nations. In light of this shared struggle, we believe that the concept of a BRICS productivity ecosystem platform presents a unique opportunity to not only solve these pressing challenges, but also to pave the way for sustainable and inclusive economic development. As we deliberate on the importance of this initiative, let us first acknowledge the gravity of the issues we face in South Africa. The persistent low economic growth has not only hindered our progress, but has also cast a shadow of uncertainty over the future. The grim spectre of unemployment, especially among our youth, remains a cause for concern. Informality in the labor market continues to undermine the rights and well-being of our workers. Poverty, while slowly declining, remains a stark reality for far too many of our citizens. These challenges are interwoven and deeply entrenched, demanding a comprehensive and coordinated response. It's against this backdrop that we see the Productivity Ecosystem Platform as a beacon of hope. We further believe that this initiative has the potential to catalyze transformative change, both in South Africa and across the BRICS members' countries. Here, we would like to outline some key reasons why we are ardent supporter of this endeavor. The Productivity Ecosystem Platform represents a holistic approach to addressing economic growth. By focusing on productivity enhancement, innovation, and sustainable development, it provides a comprehensive framework that can spur economic growth across various sectors. This approach aligns with South Africa's goals of achieving higher economic growth rates, which are crucial for reducing poverty and inequality. One of the most pressing challenges in South Africa is the high unemployment rate, particularly among our youth. The informality of labor markets also exacerbates these issues, leading to precarious working conditions and lack of job security. The Productivity Ecosystem Platform has the potential to create a conducive environment for formal job creation by fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, and skills development. It can also promote labor market transitions, helping workers move from informal to formal employment, thereby improving the quality of jobs and the rights of workers. Poverty remains a persistent issue in South Africa, affecting millions of our citizens. Inclusivity is at the heart of the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform, as it aims to ensure the benefits of economic growth reach all segments of society. By promoting sustainable development and enhancing productivity, this initiative can contribute significantly to poverty alleviation and the reduction of income inequality. As we endeavor to address the challenges of low economic growth and unemployment, we must also emphasize the importance of decent work. The BRICS countries share a commitment to promoting decent work for all, ensuring that workers are treated fairly and their rights are protected. Therefore, the productivity ecosystem can be a vehicle for advancing this commitment by promoting decent work standards, social protection measures, and labor market policies that prioritize the well-being of workers. In today's rapidly changing world, innovation and technology transfer are key drivers of economic growth. The BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform has the potential to facilitate the exchange of knowledge, technology, and best practices among member countries. This can accelerate technological advancement and enhance our collective capacity to address current and future challenges. South Africa and fellow BRICS countries recognize the importance of international collaboration in addressing global challenges. The productivity ecosystem provides a platform for member countries to collaborate, share experiences, and jointly develop solutions. By working together, we can amplify our impact and find innovative approaches to common problems. Sustainability is at the core of the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform. It aligns with South Africa's commitment to the UN SDGs and the Paris Agreement. By promoting sustainable practices and green growth, this initiative can help us achieve our environmental and social objectives while driving economic progress. In conclusion, the delegation of the Republic of South Africa reiterates its wholehearted support for the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem Platform. We believe that this initiative represents a unique opportunity to address the pressing socio-economic challenges facing our country and our fellow BRICS nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. And we'll now invite the guest country, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished members of the BRICS family, invited guest countries, ladies and gentlemen, we wish to extend sincere gratitude to the BRICS family for once again extending an invitation to the government of Zimbabwe and other guest countries to participate in very important engagements of this nature. We feel greatly honored by this inclusive approach by the BRICS family. We wish also to convey our heartfelt appreciation to the host government of South Africa, firstly for the excellent hospitality that you continue to provide to our delegation and other guest countries in each of the meetings, and secondly, for the unique and inclusive approach during your tenure as the chairperson of the BRICS family. We are proud of the way you have discharged your role as a true ambassador of the African continent within the BRICS family. It is our hope that the noble gesture of inviting us to participate in the BRICS meetings as guest countries is a dress rehearsal for the opening of gates for more countries in our region and the continent to eventually become permanent members of the BRICS family, as most of our development paths resonate with the direction that the BRICS group is taking in the context of the global issues and the development agenda in general. My delegation and Zimbabwe at large has benefited immensely from the rich discussion and the varied experiences shared by the BRICS members in the various thematic areas that have been shared in the employment working group meetings. We also wish to thank the presenter for such an insightful presentation which sums up the work of the employment working group on productivity. As previously submitted, Zimbabwe is at the early stages of developing the institutional framework to drive the productivity movement in all sectors of the economy. Therefore, stand ready to establish cooperation with the BRICS member countries in pursuit of the desire to achieve a quantum leap in all sectors of the economy with a view to achieving our national vision for attaining an empowered and prosperous middle-class economy by 2030. The focus on mainstreaming productivity enhancement in the informal sector resonates with the current thrust of the government of Zimbabwe, that of facilitating the transition from informal economy to formal sector. It is in that regard that the productivity ecosystem approach will be the centerpiece of our national strategy for the formalization in the informal sector. Agriculture still plays a significant part of our economy, and it is imperative that we transform this sector in line with our desire to attain food self-sufficiency, while at the same time regaining our status as the food basket of the continent. This feat is achievable as current trajectory and wheat production clearly manifests. We are convinced that productivity enhancement in this sector will bring us to achieve this vision. We accordingly invite BRICS members to work with us in that regard. Zimbabwe is blessed with vast mineral resources, highly qualified human capital, and the current drive for increased investment under the Zimbabwe is open for business mantra presents prospect for BRICS countries to collaborate with Zimbabwe to ensure that we leverage on new experience in productivity for our national development. The government of Zimbabwe remains committed in its drive towards the ease of doing business reforms with a view to ensuring that we provide a business-friendly environment for all investors in Zimbabwe. As a country, we look forward to learning from the rich experience of the BRICS countries in finding the magic formula of building sustainable enterprises, while at the same time ensuring attainment of decent work, particularly addressing the decent work deficits in the informal sector. My delegation welcomes the proposed project on the productivity ecosystems and hopes to tap in the best practices and lessons learned to be learned as the process of implementing the projects unfold. It is our hope that the project scope will also inspire our journey towards building and sustaining productivity in Zimbabwe. We call upon the ILO as an implementing partner to document the lessons learned and best practices for knowledge sharing beyond the BRICS countries. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. May I please request that all the interventions that have been made be sent to the attention of Mr. Sifo Ndebele. I think you have his email address. We call him Sipo, and I know that you guys have chosen to call him Sifo. So thank you very much for that. It's now almost 12:30. We're done with this first session. I think we're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back at okay. We'll break for lunch, but before we do that, I'm going to ask Mr. Ndebele just to give us a summary of the outcome of this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tichi. First is to express our appreciation to the colleagues for the support. I think there are quite valuable inputs that have been raised that would need to enhance the document before the ministerial. So we'd really appreciate that we get the actual notes so that we can then input those into the document, especially the one that would work for the presentation into the ministerial meeting. Issues around SME and the informal economy potential extension, the importance of national status, national circumstances, as we discuss this particular platform. But the update of stats, which is very critical. So the colleagues, ILO colleagues, will liaise with the delegation from India so that we can't present to ministers something that is not right. Well, funding, we all spoke about it. As I indicated in the response to our colleagues from Russia, we want this to be a document presented to the minister with a vision of saying this is the first step of a process. It's not an end step. And as India raised earlier on, the issue of collaboration with other institutions or bodies that are in this particular space, but also key discussion on the budget. So we will try and capture all those elements in terms of the next presentation that we'll prepare for the ministers. I'm not sure if we will have time to have a gathering like this to consider the content, but we'll try, once finalize the presentation, to share it with the colleagues before we present it to the minister, so that then they can confirm the content of the presentation. So we'll work with the ILO in just updating that. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. We can go for lunch. Thank you.
Lunch is served on the 6th floor, sorry. So we're moving to the 6th floor. Thank you.
We'll come back at 2. So I'm gonna, without wasting any time, I'm gonna ask Mr. Sipondebele to present the declaration. Over to you, Mr. Debele.
Thank you very much, Tichi. Good afternoon. I'm sure you can't see this. Can you read it? Oh, okay. Let me begin by indicating how honored we are to present what I would now call the elements of the draft eThekwini Declaration of the 9th BRICS Labor and Employment Ministers meeting that would be adopted on Friday, the 29th. In terms of the process, the declaration is the collective work we did since our first meeting in Misty Hills, that is in Johannesburg, until the last meeting we held in Geneva on the margins of the International Labour Conference. We would want to point out that the text has been extensively consulted with the BRICS member countries, and we are thus appreciate the contributions that they made in this regard. In essence, one is comfortable that there's consensus on the majority points of the document, save for para 11, which our colleagues from India submitted before this last meeting, and we shall afford them an opportunity to speak to that particular proposal. I believe that it is worth pointing out that we all recognize that the BRICS summit, which preceded this LEM, and in that summit, called Egoli Declaration, which is the Declaration of BRICS Leaders, para 38, which we alluded to earlier on this morning, reads, and I would like to quote, "We reiterate the commitment to promote employment for sustainable development, including to develop skills to ensure resilient recovery, gender-responsive employment and social protection policies, including workers' rights. We reaffirm our commitment to respect, promote, and realize decent work for all and achieve social justice. We'll step up efforts to effectively abolish child labor based on the Durban call to action and accelerate progress towards universal social protection for all by 2030. We'll invest in skills development systems to improve access to relevant and quality skills for workers in the informal economy and workers in new forms of employment as we seek to increase productivity for economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable and inclusive economies. We will explore the development of a BRICS platform to implement the productive ecosystem for decent work," end quote. Now, our declaration is aligned to this text. The leaders have made a statement, the leaders have made a commitment. Our responsibility is therefore that our declaration be aligned to this text. The draft declaration we are about to present to you is separated into different sections, beginning with the introduction that is covered in para 1 to 3, which outlines the purpose of the Labor and Employment Ministerial Meetings Declaration. The ministers' meeting will deliberate upon critical policy developments and jointly address the labor and employment challenges that resonate within the BRICS member countries. In advancing the all-encompassing theme, ensuring decent work, dignity, and respect for all, the draft document then focuses on the priorities, which we cover in paragraph 4 to 21, that the BRICS Employment Working Group discussed in previous meetings held in Johannesburg, Port Alfred, and Geneva. The last part would cover what we call way forward, and this is covered in paragraph 22 to 26. Against this backdrop of evolving geopolitical dynamics, the declaration proposes that as BRICS nations, we stand united in our commitment to use our collective strength to increase their influence on the global stage, going beyond our current efforts. It then underscores the importance of intensifying our engagements with international bodies to shape the policies and agendas that govern the global labor market. Covering our first priority under the promoting labor rights and reducing...
Sorry, Mr. Ndebele, can you move the presentation?
No, it's not covered. That's coming after this intro, Chair.
Oh, you're doing an intro now? Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes. We're
All
doing
right.
a summary of the whole document. Then we'll just go through the document for a formal endorsement of the colleagues.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Under the priority of promoting labor rights and reducing decent work deficits, we suggest that our labor markets face multifaceted challenges driven by future of work megatrends, including technological advancements, climate change, demographic shifts, and shifts in investment and trade patterns. This was compounded by the crisis such as the COVID-19 pandemic. To address these challenges, as the BRICS countries, we must reassert our commitment to upholding fundamental principles and rights at work, aiming to provide decent work opportunities for all while striving for social justice. Priority 2 dealt with the universal access to social protection and a minimum basic income grant. Acknowledging in this priority the intrinsic human rights to access social protection, ministers would commit to prioritizing the integration of universal access to social protection within the national frameworks of the BRICS member countries. The guiding principles leading to this important commitment should be drawn from the ILO's social security standards, emphasizing the importance of bridging existing coverage gaps and ensuring comprehensive benefits. In the third priority, we spoke about promoting decent work and closing the skills gap in the informal economy. Here, colleagues, we recognize that a substantial percentage of the workforce in BRICS member states is engaged in informal employment, and the ministers are encouraged to commit to closing the skills gaps among informally employed workers, enabling their transition to the formal economy. This would include strategic investments in skills development systems, alignment of training with labor market demands, and harnessing technology for skills enhancement. And our last priority, we discussed the promotion of sustainable enterprises, innovation, and enhancing productivity. Sustainable enterprises and heightened labor productivity remain central to achieving decent work and broader economic, environmental, and social gains. The draft declaration further recommends that the ministers underscore the importance of fostering policy environments conducive to labor productivity across diverse enterprises and sectors, with particular focus on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And as indicated earlier on, the proposal from our colleagues in China to also look at the possibility of including informality. Furthermore, the draft declaration approves the initiative undertaken by the South African presidency in establishing the BRICS Productivity Ecosystem for Decent Work platform. This, as we discussed earlier, is aimed at fostering collaboration within our bloc, thereby promoting economic growth, sustainable enterprises, productive employment, and poverty reduction. It also stresses the significance of cross-collaboration, knowledge sharing, and rigorous monitoring and evaluation in our country's collective journey towards these shared objectives. Last part of the document speaks about the way forward, and here the draft text anticipates that the BRICS nations remain committed to the declaration and calls for BRICS leaders for a human-centered recovery. The declaration should therefore serve as a guiding light as our ministers continue their dedicated efforts toward a stronger, healthier, and more sustainable global growth. As we move forward, we want to reiterate our unwavering commitment to this declaration and to the call of our BRICS leaders for a human-centered recovery. This declaration shall serve as our guiding beacon as we continue our dedicated efforts towards a stronger, healthier, and more sustainable global development. It urges our ministers to heighten collaboration with social partners in their efforts to develop a responsive labor market policies and to promote inclusive labor market development. We cannot have achieved any of the work we've done without the support from the ILO and ISA, and we express our appreciation for their technical support and commit to continued future collaboration with these organizations. In closing, the draft declaration recommends that the ministers welcome new members to the BRICS partnership, following our leaders' decision to admit Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. It already anticipates their inclusion in the Employment Working Group and LEM when their membership becomes effective starting January 2024. And finally, it recognizes the South African presidency for hosting the 9th BRICS LEM and welcomes the leadership of the Russian Federation in 2024. Colleagues, these are simply the elements that informs our declaration. And we have discussed this several times, from Misty Hills to Geneva. And as I indicated, we have a new Para 11. Para 11 is an inclusion that has been proposed by our colleagues from India. So the highlighted one. So we thought we would give our colleagues from India an opportunity to speak to their proposal and get concurrence from member states. And with that done, we can then move for the adoption of the declaration, Chair. Through you, Chair, will request India to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to tell why we propose this. This actually follows from Para 10 of the original declaration. We can just move to that.
Para 10.
Which is relating to social protection and ensuring a minimum basic income grant. In fact, in my intervention that is proposed after this, I will speak a little more on why we want this. But it follows from Para 10, which says, we commit to closing coverage and adequacy gaps, ensuring sustainability and equity, extending comprehensive benefits, and undertaking efforts to ensure sustainable and equitable resources. When we are talking of comprehensive benefits, and when we are talking of coverage and adequacy gaps, we need to also remember how these are measured. We have recently had occasion to look at various global reports, including the World Social Protection Report that is brought out by ILO. And we are also taking up eagerly with with ILO. We have done a whole lot of work on that already, on how social protection across different countries is measured. We also did an online survey of BRICS countries, whatever data was available online, and we looked at what all different countries are doing and what part of it is actually reflected in the measurement of social security in the World Social Protection Report. And we find many of the measures that are being implemented by Brazil, by China, by Russia, by us, by South Africa, are not actually reflected in the Social Protection Report. So this is a collective effort on our part, and it's fairly innocuously worded without mentioning any report. But we are saying that we urge ILO, because that is the body that we know best. We urge ILO and other international organizations to take into account different measures for social security adopted by our countries, which are currently not included in the global reports and databases. So it's an overarching generic statement, but if you like, I can even now talk of the details, but I was thinking I'll come to it when I make my intervention on the declaration. But I can speak on it right now, not an issue.
Through you, Chair, I think to that, Madam, so that as we adopt, we have a full background.
Pardon?
You can speak to it so that the colleagues from BRICS who have to respond whether they accept the proposal have a full background.
Okay. So do we have the country-wise paper? Okay, anyways. So what the World Social Protection Report does, the last one was published in 2022. What it does is it only takes into account interventions that follow 3 criteria. Namely, they should be statutory, they should be regular, and they should be cash-based. So what it does in effect is a number of interventions that BRICS countries make. What comes to mind, for example, is the Progressa, for example. Those are not accounted for as social security in that report because they don't fall into that criterion. What we are saying is, and what we are taking up with ILO, is that all our countries and many other countries in the global south, they do take up, the governments do take up interventions, they do take up programs for the indigent populations, the especially vulnerable groups that may not fall strictly within this criterion. However, they are social security measures and they should be counted. There are also, for example, free meal kind of schemes or coupon-based meal programs which are not counted as social security. So we are urging ILO, we are urging separately as well, we are urging ILO to take into account these different interventions made by different countries. And this line is basically sought to be inserted, requested to be inserted because of that background. So, with the permission of the chair, we can hear the views of others.
Thank you, India. Can I just call upon the other members to indicate if they support the amendment? Brazil? South Africa?
Can they pronounce for the record?
For the record, can you please pronounce that you do support? Brazil?
We do support.
Thank you. South Africa?
We do support.
Chair,
China?
of course, we support the inclusion. And another thing for clarification is we are not sure, are we going to go line by line for the declaration or just let me know. Okay. We support that.
Support the amendment. Okay. Thank you.
Russia supports.
Support. India, obviously, you've made the proposal. Thank you very much.
But if I may, Chair, I also wanted to echo what China said. Are we going to go line by line on the declaration?
We should, yes. Yeah, we should. Sipho? Let's go.
Thank you, colleagues. I am hopeful that the next session we won't spend much time. We've been through this in 3 different provinces in 2 countries. So we slept well with an understanding that there's traction and full support from members of the wording in the document. Para 1, standard wording wherein we outline the venue and the type of meeting that took this particular decision or declaration. So, Chair, I hope the colleagues would now again formally support Para 1.
Para 1? Brazil, happy? Thank you, Brazil. South Africa? Thank you, South Africa. China? Para 1?
We support.
Yes, we support.
Okay. Here we are.
Para 1 adopted. I don't have a gavel. Thank you. Para 2, we were outlining the current environment under which we find ourselves as we continued discussing this document and emphasizing on continuing engagements, but also intensifying our efforts. Open for comments.
Para 2? Brazil? South Africa? China?
One thing like in line 3, not very clear.
We're in Para 2?
Yes.
Yes, you can read it. You don't have a document there. Are we able to enlarge a bit so that a colleague can read Para 2?
Chair, my apologies, but I think what we have at our hand is not the latest version at the screen, I'm not very sure, Because I think some of our, suggestions have already been reflected, but we didn't get that via email, I think.
Yes. When we were collecting the information, we did get from everybody else, but China, and that was a little bit strange because we never got feedback from you, but from everybody else we did get. So, and we did send this last draft to all the member states, so I'm not sure where the gap was.
Of course, Chair, that's fine for us. And in this paragraph, our suggestion has already been well reflected. But I think maybe for some other paragraphs, just give us some little bit more time for us to confirm. Is that okay?
Colleagues, there is a request from China. It's a collective decision on this. This is our document, not the presidency. That they might have missed some submissions, so they would like to comment where they need to amend proposal. Can we get a sense from the team? India?
I think since China has not had a detailed look at it, in the spirit of consensus, we should give them some time to go through it, and then maybe after an hour or so, we can take their views overall, if that's okay.
Okay, so my understanding is that, Russia?
No, I support, yeah.
My understanding is that this extension that you're requesting is that as we go paragraph by paragraph, you will then be commenting on each paragraph, on those that you think we have not applied your mind on.
Well, Chair, thank you. Actually, we do not have much want to reflect, but we just want to have some time to confirm. Maybe we can just give us like 20 minutes, so we can confirm by ourselves to see which modifications we really need to propose. We actually don't have that much, like a few only. So
Okay,
just give us some time.
So you're saying 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think 20 minutes would be okay.
Okay, I think let's break for 20 minutes.
And just give us a version of this electric
yeah.
file.
So it's now 25 past 2. I suggest that we come back at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much.
Okay? Happy? India, I see your hand is up. Yeah?
No, Chair, I just wanted to thank you for incorporating everybody's comments, and the final version that we got in the morning does take into account different voices. Just since we are on para 2, we just wanted to make a suggestion that, it's not just geopolitical changes that we are facing, challenges that we are facing. We had suggested a broader version saying current and future challenges, because there's environment change, there's just jobs, there's future of work, all the AI and all taking away jobs. So why limit to only that? We suggested that we could write current and future challenges, but it's entirely up to you. We are fine with this also.
Okay. Thank you, India. I think let's then break for 30 minutes. Let's come back at 3. Thank you very much.
But also, teacher, just to quickly add, let's make sure that we have the same document, because it seems like we have different documents. So please, can we check with Tiabonga if we're having the same document, so that as we review, we'll then come back to the same document. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 3.
Excuse me. Okay.
Okay, I think the best way of doing this would be to ask China to just go through the areas where they have challenges, and then we'll ask the other members if they are happy with what China is proposing. We'll then, after that, we'll then move for the adoption of the declaration, if that's acceptable to everybody. Fine, I see Brazil nodding. I see India is nodding as well. I see China is also nodding. Okay, so I think we'll do it in that fashion. We'll start China, let's go.
Thank you so much, Chair, for your support. So if I understand correctly, so I go through all the amendments? Or I go one by one? By paragraph? And all from us, you mean? Should I begin?
Yeah, just hold on. Uzokhona ukwenza ama-amendments lapho. Sorry? Lapho kumele abe la. Yeah, lela. Ngicela wenza ama-amendments lapho ngecolor red. Para 2.
We're okay with paragraph 2.
Adopted?
Adopted.
Para 2 adopted. Para 3?
Paragraph 3 we have in line 5 we have the income grant. Actually, in China, when we talk about ensuring minimum basic income grant, it refers very specifically to something that is provided by the government. So when we want to have some broader commitment, we suggest to delete grant.
There's a proposal, colleagues, minimum basic income grant, proposal delete grant, Brazil. Agreed? India?
I didn't understand what is proposed.
On line 3 of para 3, we're speaking about ensuring a minimum basic income grant. They are proposing that it reads ensuring a minimum basic income.
I think that's...
We delete grant.
Yeah, yes.
Supported, Russia?
Excuse me, as I understand correctly, just universal access for social protection, that's all, right?
And ensuring minimum basic income.
So, what China proposes, I don't get.
They're proposing with delete grant.
Ah, okay, okay.
Where's our social protection expert? Can I just check with the ILO if the just reference to minimum basic income makes sense in terms of general logic? Okay, supported. Grant deleted on that one. Anything on paragraph 3? China? Paragraph 3, grant deleted. Anything else?
No, nothing.
Can you adopt para 3? Adopted. Para 4?
We're okay with paragraph 4.
Para 4 adopted. Para 5?
If I may, thank you. We have some technical amendments regarding the paragraph 5. So if I may read, or actually we, in light of the unique, we suggest to delete unique. And of course we have unique, but we don't think it's very necessary to mention that word here. And starting with we commit to in second line. So I read our amendment. We commit to promoting transition from informal to formal economy
Can you read it slowly so that they can print? We commit to
promoting transition from informal to formal work.
Promoting conditions from informal to formal work.
Transition.
Conditions.
Transition.
Transition. Promote transition from informal to formal.
Economy.
Economy.
And that means we delete reducing informal work.
Don't delete, just highlight it yellow. Thank you.
And second, expanding social protection coverage. Add the word coverage.
Add coverage.
And for the phrase raising wages in line 3, our amendment is to go like advocating for.
Advocating for raising wages.
No, sorry, advocating for adequate and fair. And fair wages. Oh, sorry. And add raising after wages. And I go all the like advocating for adequate and fair wages raising.
Sorry, wages?
Wages raising. Yeah.
Or advocating for adequate and fair wages raising.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's all for us.
Any other on para 5? No, we're not deleting, we'll go back. Remember, it's not adopted yet. We still have to check with member states. Any amendment on para 5?
So we are fine if some colleagues suggest to delete raising.
Colleagues, there we are. The red is what China is proposing. The yellow was the original. So let's start with the first one. And I would like to amend or sub-amend the amendment on the first one.
Yeah.
The sub-amendment would read, we commit to reducing informal work, which is the original, through the promotion of then the wording from China. The simple reason is that we recognize the promotion or the transition from informal to formal as one of the tools that are available, but for some of our countries, informal work is so huge that the transition is not something that would achieve immediately. It's something that would have to look into, having improved the working conditions in the informal economy. So that commitment of reducing the informal economy is quite important for the presidency. But then we recognize that something should be done, and the proposal to include the transition, if it's accepted that way. Brazil? Oh, China?
The main reason for us to delete the informal, reduce informal work, this was actually the main reason is that the definition of informal work is lack of clarify. It is indeed the informal work tend to be marred by decent work deficit. However, that the fact that the informal work can generate violation does not make it possible to reduce informal work across the board. Currently, the informal work is an important employment pattern. To some extent, we need to encourage and permit this kind of employment. So I don't think we need to emphasize that we need to reduce informal work. That's our consideration.
Colleagues, comments? Brazil?
I'm not sure if I'm following. What is the issue? So you stand for this text the way it reads on the screen.
We need to change the word. We commit to reduce informal work. The rule promoting of 也可以通过推动经济转型来减少，也可以来减少，可以 ，OK。Yeah, we are okay for this sentence. Okay.
We are flexible with the presidency's sub-amendment after our discussion. So we're fine with this sub-amendment, yeah.
Okay, if we clean it, then we commit to reducing informal work through the promotion of the transition from informal to formal economy. Full stop? Agreed? India, Russia? Okay. Then you delete reducing informal work at the end. The next proposal was the addition of of coverage after social protection. Don't think there's a problem there. Agreed. No, it's the next one. Okay, the last one, advocating for adequate and fair wages raising, full stop. Brazil?
Yeah, I have an issue with this because we're governments, so we're not in position to advocate. We have to act. So we cannot write like this. So we should either do it or not do it. So we're not civil society.
India?
I tend to agree with Brazil that as governments, we cannot say we'll advocate for fair wages. We all have legislation saying that there will be fair wages. So maybe we can instead say, since we are starting with we commit to, so we can say ensuring adequate and fair wages and then cut out raising wages portion. Ensuring adequate and fair wages. Ensuring, we cut out advocation, ensuring adequate and fair wages. I think that, and then finishing the sentence there.
So do we include raising or just ensuring adequate and fair wage?
Yes.
Okay.
And cut
China?
out the rest of the portion.
The rest, delete the rest of the sentence, yes, okay. And then clean the first two that we've agreed. That coverage at the top and then the commit. Let's clean that into black so that
Then China, there's been a sub-amendment on the last sentence, ensuring adequate and fair wage.
Yeah, we are fine with the proposal from the Indian colleagues. And do I see the overlapping of the word promotion? Yeah, it's repeated the word promotion.
What's that? Second line promotion. Or the yeah. Thank you. Remove the yellow. So China, you agreed with the sub-amended ensuring adequate and fair wage. Okay. Para 5 adopted. Adopted. Let's move to 6. China, any amendments on 6?
Thank you, Chair. Regarding paragraph 6, based on our some kind of consultation with the technical department, we have a amendment for the very first sentence, and to simply goes, we say creating an enabling environment, and we delete from the word for freedom and goes to the line 3, workers' organizations. We suggest to delete from for freedom association blah 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 to workers' organizations in line 3. Is that clear? Our proposal is to delete such words. And after after an effective labor administration, that we add promotes labor rights.
Just hold on for her to, okay. And then after that?
I read an efficient labor administration that promotes labor rights. We just add promotes labor rights, comma, and that's it.
Okay, colleagues, let me before maybe I open up, because we've discussed this several times. One of the key elements of the presidency, I did allude to the fact that certain paragraphs are responding to the discussions and the presentations that we've had. And one of the key elements in terms of the priorities speaks to labor rights. And in the four meeting discussions we've had, labor rights, you cannot speak about labor rights if you don't speak about freedom of association and collective bargaining. Those are the heartbeat of labor rights. And one other element that informs this presidency is the recognition of social dialogue through engagements of our employers and worker organizations. And that paragraph, in essence, captures the discussions and the contributions. And I would like to add that the colleagues from China, who are not here today, unfortunately, were part of the engagement and supported that wording. So as the presidency, we feel very strong that that paragraph actually reflects the discussions that we've had, especially the yellow part that is proposed that we deleted. But let me, because it's not a South African one, it's a BRICS, afford the colleagues from other member states an opportunity to respond to the proposal. Brazil?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's really the core of the declaration. I mean, we cannot delete it. I mean, I think all the countries are signatories of Convention 87 and 98, so I would say this is the core of the declaration.
Russia?
I support the presidency proposal because protecting labor rights and social partners are interconnected, of course.
India?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, if you look at this line, it is more a statement of fact. It is not really in all the other lines we say we commit or we'll ensure. This is a statement which says creating an enabling environment, etc., etc., etc. So it stops there. So I think as such it is a laudable statement. I feel we should retain it the way it is. It doesn't bind in any way in its present form.
Yeah, maybe again, just to highlight to the colleagues, if you look at the statement, it says freedom of association and collective bargaining, which we believe our own existence as a ministries of labor, in terms of policy development, are aligned to achieving that. Then it says requires a combination of legal and institutional frameworks. That's where we differ. How do we achieve that? So I think in terms of the colleagues who were there and understanding that particular background in relation to the negotiations, we're able then to grasp that when it comes to the institutional framework and legal arrangement, national circumstances take precedence. But the issue of freedom of association and collective bargaining is sacrosanct in terms of part of our work. So will the colleagues be comfortable with retaining the original wording? Because as you have heard from the other member states, this was properly canvassed and negotiated over a long period of time.
I thank you, Chair, for your clarification and other colleagues' intervention. But I have to admit that we have some information, and because we consult our Foreign Affairs Ministry, and I look forward to see if there would be any amendments regarding to freedom of association and collective bargaining. If we go like, fundamental principles and rights at work.
I hear you, colleague, but can I again request us to read the wording in totality? This again says creating an enabling environment for this. It doesn't say it's there. So we're talking about something that you would have to do in the creation of the environment. So I don't think there's something that binds a country to freedom of association and collective bargaining in that statement. Whilst the colleagues are considering that, can we look into the next proposed amendment that promote labor rights? An efficient labor administration that promotes labor rights. Agreed, agreed. So let's have that in black. Okay, China, are we still on that one?
Sorry, but we can't, just go through with this because we have the instructions within our foreign affairs. So if what I propose, like, we go with fundamental principles of rights and work is not acceptable, and we see if there are any other alternative amendments?
Yes, let's park that, leave that in yellow. Let's move to 7. Amendments on 7?
We are fine with 7, but so give me some time, you mean?
We'll decide when we finish and come back to 6. Let's
Okay.
just see if we can agree on any other thing.
Sure,
And
sure.
yeah, 7 agreed, adopted. Thank you. 8. Nine.
Sorry? Well,
I'll give you a chance.
are we
9.
going with paragraph 8 or paragraph 8 is already?
Yes, you said you have no amendment on 8.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, 9.
Yeah, in paragraph 9, regarding the word guided by international labor standards, we think there's kind of
yes.
We think this kind of repeated with the previous paragraph.
Sorry, I missed your point there.
My point is the phrases guided by international labor standards in line 3 of paragraph 9 is, repeated, I think, from the paragraph 8. We have
Can you go back to para 8?
We have the very same reference there. In paragraph 8, we have already guided by International Labour Organization standards, blah, blah. So if we can just skip the word in paragraph 9.
Okay, 8 reads, acknowledging that access to social protection is a human right, we commit to prioritizing the integration of universal access to social protection within our national frameworks, guided by the International Labour Organization's 2 conventions that are outlined. And in 9, we say guided by international labor standards, which might be more than the 2. Added elements are poverty eradication and shared prosperity, which are not necessarily referenced to the 2 conventions in para 8. Isa, whilst the colleagues are looking at that?
Well, I have just very minor comments. The red one, just between 7 and 8, again, ensuring a minimum basic income grant. I think IO has maybe better idea to. We don't need to.
Can you scroll to 7?
Here perhaps it's better to delete the grant, and then I wonder maybe Christina has maybe a better solution. Can it be something like ensuring minimum income security or basic income security? Maybe no need for the 2 words, minimum and basic. So Christina, maybe you can voice your opinion afterwards. And also, whenever we mention the ILO, the full name of the International Labour Organization is correct here, S, but at the ILO, they always use Z instead of S for the full name, just for your consideration.
This is South African English.
Okay. Okay.
Brazil, I just want to check something, Brazil, before you respond. In the proposal we dealt with earlier on, we deleted the reference to grant. Now, this is a subheading. Do we do the same, or we retain the grant because the grant was part of the priority that was adopted? So I just need assistance also dealing with that. But Brazil, you have the floor.
No, my question is a matter of principle. I think ISA is not in position to influence the text. It's not a member state. It's up to the states, to the countries.
Yeah, no. It's noted. It's noted. They were just raising for consideration.
Yeah.
Yes. We back to 8 and 9. China, did you get the difference that we expressed in relation to the two?
Yeah, you made it clear, but here we...
If you can talk to the mic.
Here we advance to change the words guided by international labor standards. The main consideration is that in our country, we respect the labor international standard. However, we cannot obey the international labor standard directly. Only when we
No. Sorry, paragraph 9. Paragraph 9. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
In paragraph 9. In paragraph 9, line 4.
Yes, line 4, para 9.
Line 4. Guided by international labor standards. The guided in Chinese, it means some obligation. But however, we'd like to change the words with informed. How about we change the words informed? Yeah.
India?
Informed. Okay.
Sorry, you done? The colleague is raising an issue of the word guided.
Yeah,
and proposing that we amend that and say informed.
We have to obey, but we respect it. However, we need to ratify this kind of standards. Then we need to obey it.
Thank you. India?
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about the heading. That was an issue that
scroll up to the heading.
We decided in a previous paragraph not to refer to grant, so we can eliminate that. I think China raised that issue.
Yes, that's the point I'm raising. However, I also raised the technicality that the current subheading has been part of the negotiations and engagement as it is. So changing the content not to refer to grant now in the body, does that affect the heading? Because these headings must also respond to what we have been discussing since the beginning of the year as adopted priorities of South Africa by this House in October last year, November last year. So I need your guidance here so that as we move forward, then we'll know that we have this grant because it was a priority. However, the body can't have the grant.
So I would feel that grant is more restrictive.
Okay.
In a way, you can raise basic income through various means, and grant is one measure of doing that.
Thank you.
So in order to make it more broad-based, we can cut it. It will not make a very substantial difference.
Grant deleted as agreed. Right. There's an indication on para 9, China, the red part, proposing that we delete guided and then say informed, because for them guided is an obligation. India?
We were fine with guided.
Prefer guided.
We would have preferred that, but if China feels very strongly about it, then I guess we can go with informed as well.
Russia?
We can support China's proposal, but maybe as a suggestion, guided by ratified international labor standards. So if we ratify convention, it's an obligation. If we don't ratify, okay, it's informal.
Brazil? South Africa? The majority supports the amendment, delete guided. With the China, I assume that now both 8 and 9 are adopted or supported?
My apologies for getting back to paragraph 8, the same wording added by. if it's okay, goes with informed by.
Qualify 8.
Yeah, because we see the very
By-
same expression.
By again deleting guided for informed. Colleagues? Adopted? Agreed. Para 10? Informed. Go to para 10, you will clean it. Para 10. And remove the 11 color already, we agreed on that one. Para 10. Amendments, China? Nothing? Para 11, agreed. Para 12. India flag is up.
Sorry. Just that in the last line of this, sharing is repeated in terms of semantics. Continued efforts of knowledge sharing. So we can cut sharing once.
China?
Sorry, Chair, you mean paragraph 12? There is a phrase undeserved population. You see in the very last sentence.
We commend the progress made by the BRICS countries in extending social protection coverage to previously no, it can't be undeserved. Underserved. It's underserved.
Sorry.
Underserved populations.
Yeah, we're fine with this.
Shouldn't we separate that with the where the school? Yes. One word. Not like this. Let's separate it so that our ministers don't make the same mistake. Undeserved. China, with that?
Yeah, we're fine with that.
We're on 12. We're on 12. Agreed? $12. Agreed. Colleagues, we've covered all the social protection part. Adopted. We're moving to the another priority, 13. China?
With 13, with the very first sentence, we would like to seek some clarification for the statistics. The 62%. I'm not sure. How that number came out of the survey, and if I may propose that we're noting that a high proportion of workers, but we just do not mention the very exact number. Of course, different country we have different approaches, we have different definitions, we have lots of regarding those statistical methods, and that is why we are not very sure, even if that is coming from the authoritative ILO's, or survey, but I'm not sure, such reference here is very accurate. You know what I mean? So without the very specific number, we just go with a high proportion.
Brazil? India, Russia, agreed. But colleagues, can I also check before we delete? If one reads a document that says high proportion, as opposed to that one that says 62%? Which one is a bit clearer about the potential calamity that we are facing? Statistics are really giving us a much more clearer picture of the challenge that we're facing. Now, we all again agree here that prior to the presentation of all these reports, there was research done by the IOs, which are our technical advisors on these issues. These statistics were presented to us in the previous meeting, and we all agreed on these statistics. So we're hiding the intensity of the challenge by not pointing out on the statistics. And if we don't have statistics, India wouldn't have come earlier today and say, please update here, we need statistics, and these are the correct statistics in this particular area. So the presidency would like to, while understanding, but would want to retain this statistic, because the informal economy and issues of skills are one of the biggest challenges that we have. We don't want to say in South Africa we have a high rate of unemployment. We want to say in South Africa we have a 70% rate of youth unemployment. That's the difference in the statement. And when people go into the media and say this is a ticking time bomb, we will understand it's a ticking time bomb if we say 90% of the youth is unemployed, as opposed to say high proportion of the youth is unemployed. With that, we would want to propose that we retain China the 62%, unless we're challenging the percentage. India?
I think I would still prefer the formulation given by China, because as we have seen the measurement, and they pointed out, the measurement of formality and informality is not uniform. It is not also consistent. It is all right if we, in our ministerial, we do not mention figures. Okay, so it's all right if we do not mention figures as long as the intent is clear. And the term high would take into account different levels of informality in different countries and the way it is measured, instead of adopting one measure of informality. So I would say the term high proportion in a way covers what your intent is as presidency. We can go with the formulation given by China, I feel.
Will India and China consider we include the high proportion of workers and then 62% in brackets, or about 62% in brackets?
I'm sorry that I can't accept that expression, because if the figure is correct, we also like to write it, but actually, in my knowledge, that this data comes from estimate from the organization, from some organizations. It's not a correct figures, and also the definition of informal labor is defined in a way that is not clear. According to ILO, informal employment are mainly from the micro and mid and small enterprise, which with the employees under 15. However, this standard 50. However, the standards of the micro and small enterprise are different from country to country. In China, the range of worker scale is different from the sector to sector. So it is also not reasonable to recognize this enterprise as informal enterprise. Even it's small, it is a small enterprise in China. Actually, they do the registers according to relevant law and regulations. In this case, we can't define it as the informal work. So I don't think the figure, we need to know the figure exactly. However, we can't get the correct figures currently.
China,
I'm not sure if you could.
I hear you very well, not at South Africa. China, I hear you very well, and I will request the ILO to respond to the statistics because that's the point of divergence. But your colleague sitting next to you, when raising this point, said, irrespective of how authoritative the institution might be that brought the statement, and you are raising the issue of we don't know who brought these percentages and so on, or this outcome. But I also want us to consider that that particular sentence is not speaking to any individual BRICS member state. It's a presentation of the situation in all our member states. So if in South Africa there was a presentation there that actually reflected the level of informality in each member state. Now, this would have been coming from those numbers. We didn't challenge that particular presentation with the numbers or the percentages that were reflected, and we're raising concerns about this. So I will give the ILO an opportunity to state this, where is it coming from, and then give South Africa, then we continue.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. So in terms of where the data is from, the labor statistics data, this was presented in the first employment working group meeting, one of our papers, and it's a study that's called Informality and the Potential for South-South Cooperation between BRICS. This was published by the ILO in 2021. And this study actually draws on figures from a 2018 ILO report called Women and Men in the Informal Economy, which is a statistical picture of the informal economy. And the data is drawn from National Labor Force Service or similar household survey data in each of the BRICS member states. So it's actually aggregated from data, from national data in each member state. Perhaps I think, if I may make a further comment, Mr. Ndebele, in terms of ILO definitions of informality, because we've heard that earlier today. And estimates of informal employment are based on what we call the ILO harmonized definition. And here, employees are considered informally employed if their employer does not contribute to social security on their behalf, or in the case there was a missing answer in the household survey and whether or not they contributed, if they do not benefit from annual leave or sick leave. Employers and own account workers are in informal employment if they run enterprises or economic units, that is the definition of the ILO now. In the informal sector, meaning if they are non-incorporated private enterprises without a formal bookkeeping system, are not registered with relevant national authorities. So, and by definition, contributing family workers are informally employed by definition, regardless of whether or not they work in informal or informal sector enterprise. So that is the definition of informality, and that's where the data comes from. Thank you.
Sipho, if I can just add to that, just to say that that definition has been approved. Here we go. That definition has been approved by the International Conference of Labour Statisticians.
South Africa?
We recognize that maybe the issue could be the enumeration and the statistical approaches that are being questioned. I'm saying that the issue could be the issue of the statistical approaches and the enumeration based on those measures that were taken. So maybe the meeting could, if it's not a matter of life and death, to try and harmonize the document and maybe leave out the numbers as China proposes, maybe consider a text that says that, noting that the highest proportion of workers are in informal employment, and maybe for the sake of progress, if China is really quite adamant that the 62 cannot be in the text, we just say it's highest, or maybe high, maybe it can help us.
India, I see Brazil nodding.
I would say that we go by the formulation that a high proportion of workers and not put 62.
No. The proposal is to delete the enumeration but read highest proportion of workers.
We don't know highest compared to what,
Too high.
but where. Are we saying BRICS countries have the highest proportion of all other countries? So I think the word high, in a way, captures the essence.
Brazil?
I would tend to support the proposal from South Africa, because we're talking, if we challenge the statistics, we cannot say that it's the majority. It's different that high 49 and high 51 is different. So it's the majority. So I think highest makes more sense if we're challenging the statistics, or we just make a citation of the source. I don't know. Because, I mean, if we agreed on having ILO and ISA statistics, I think we should not challenge, because I think the methodology is working with the countries. But I would say highest makes more sense because it's the majority of the workers are in informal, in an average base.
Russia?
We are fine with both proposals, but actually, in my opinion, high is better than highest. Thank you.
India?
Just in terms of reading it, because when you say highest proportion of workers in BRICS are in informal employment, basically it's between formal and informal, right? So it's okay to say a higher, noting that a higher proportion of workers in the BRICS are in the informal employment would read better. Because between two entities, one is, it is not highest or higher.
Higher.
Higher
With
is
an
a better.
R.
We support.
Higher with an R, Brazil, South Africa? Higher. Okay. China, I know you agree.
So if we go through the sentence, I just want to see is the exact number.
Noting that on average.
Then it would be noting that
Yes.
higher proportion of workers.
Okay.
Noting that a higher proportion of workers
Noting
in the
that,
BRICS
yes.
is in informal employment. We cut out 62. In the BRICS is in the.
China? Agreed?
If sorry, I just want to make sure the exact number.
Please delete so that China delete the.
And we support our Indian colleagues, yes.
After BRICS, it would be is, because it's a proportion. In BRICS is in informal employment.
In the BRICS.
Is in informal.
Is, yes. Okay. Para 14.
One other minor amendment is for in paragraph 13.
Oh, still para 13?
Yeah, 13.
Para 13, yes.
Because it refers to the ILO recommendation in the middle of the paragraph. It's a recommendation, so we, instead of based on, we can say, with reference to the ILO's blah blah recommendation, if that's clear.
Sorry, I can't get to the proposal. We believe that this approach.
Instead of based on, we say with reference to.
So you're proposing deletion of based on.
Yeah, and that
with reference to.
Yeah, that refers to some of when we comprehend the language of Chinese, so it's better for us to.
India.
Fine with anything.
Okay. Brazil? Russia?
Yeah, we are fine.
South Africa? Please, we're recording.
Supported.
Thank you. So we delete based on and then amend with reference to. Okay? 14? Nothing. 15? Nothing. 16?
Chair, in paragraph 16, the recognition of prior learning as we, seek advice from our relevant departments nationally, and it is not a very solid, or how to say, it is not a well-established or existing system in China. So if we can go through with deleting the recognition of prior learning, because that is something we do not have established in China, you know what I'm saying.
Russia?
Yeah, we support China.
India?
We actually have RPL in our country, but it's fine if China doesn't want to.
Brazil?
Well, even if we accept South Africa has got this recognition of prior learning, so maybe not to problematize the proposal, but to say that we need to find a text that is a little bit harmonized, that takes care of other countries as well, or we can delete it altogether.
Colleagues, can I check whether in the chapeau we don't have anything that relates to national circumstances in this document? No? Can you check quickly?
Chair, there is none.
Should we then not add it here that we will, in accordance with national circumstances, promote the RPL as an amendment? Brasem, South Africa?
Chair, I was just checking if the whole question of implementation is not in line with country's standard laws and circumstances, because that is a standard clause which does not have to be repeated in documents such as this. Thanks.
Yes. The implementation is informed by national circumstances. And the question, colleagues, that is being raised is whether this reference shouldn't be in the chapeau so that then it covers the whole document. India?
I just wanted to suggest an alternate formulation. If we see this paragraph, it starts with the smaller dimension and goes on to a bigger statement. If you read the second line, it says, we commit to creating an enabling environment that promotes the acquisition and development of skills, ensuring that workers in the informal economy have the same access, etc. The first line, contrarily, is we will promote the recognition of prior learning and the establishment of sector-focused educational initiatives and upgrade informal apprenticeships, which is actually something that should follow from the second line, not the other way around. So we can bring we commit there, and then we can start as or in order to achieve that, we recognize the need to promote the recognition of prior learning and the establishment, etc., etc. You may like to consider this.
Yeah, India, if you can come again so that our colleague can capture exactly the proposal.
My proposal
and then
is,
slowly, please, so that she can follow.
so what we can do is bring the first line to the second line.
Line number 4, which begins with we
lines
commit.
1 and 2, we bring after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after economy. In line 5, just swap these two sentences, bring it to the after economy, yes, please add it there. And yes, thank you. And there we can write to this end.
Please delete the red first so that we don't get confused. Thank you.
And then we can start this, the second line, after economy, what you brought down. To this end.
To this end.
We endeavor to promote. Endeavor to promote.
Okay. Delete, we will promote
the recognition of prior learning.
So what are we deleting there now? What is being done? Okay. We still retain RPL. Okay, China?
What I see from our Indian colleagues is the change of sequence and formulation. So can we just add, based on national circumstances?
Yeah, China, whilst we consider that, can we read the whole sentence from the beginning? Because this reformulation changes actually the structure in terms of a better flow. China?
Yes, from what I understand, just as what we mentioned before, such kind of RPL is not a well-established or existing system in China, you know what I mean? And if that is a clear message for you, we just add the subject to national circumstances, and we're appropriate in the second sentence, and that would be fine for us, I think.
Brazil?
Of course, we can always go like this, because in Brazil we don't have it either, but we're committing to. So that's the idea of the text. So we're fine either way.
China, there was a proposal that the reference to national interest, we place it on the chapeau so that it covers any divergent situation nationally. Would you be comfortable if we look then at including that reference in the chapeau, national interest, so that then this flows directly?
So you mean in the very first paragraph, or?
No, can we go to para 1 and 2?
Okay, of course, just find a place and just settle it down. That would be fine for us, of course.
Okay, let me in the meantime then request the colleagues, content colleagues, to look at how can we include in the chapeau somewhere there, that reference, so that we can continue. Where were we? Para 18, 14? Okay. Please, we leave the RPL as is now. We'll come back to this once we've done with the chapeau so that we're comfortable. Okay? Then can we move to 17? Let me just say 17, 18, 19, if there are any amendments. China? Nothing? Adopted? Next, 20, 21. Nothing. 22, 23. Oh, adopted. Way forward. 22 to 25. Yes?
Yeah, just one thing, that expects clarification, in paragraph 22, when we talk about this declaration will serve as a reference for our 5 countries. We are talking about to our 5 countries. So is that the presidency's, idea that we just refer to our 5 countries because tomorrow, next year we have 6 new members? Is that what you are considering? Well, if not, we can see just BRICS members or whatever,
Just delete 5, it's fine. Delete 5, that's what you're proposing.
No, if you are not indicating that only referencing for us, we can just say serve as a reference for BRICS members, as okay. As we always go.
Colleagues, supported? You can tell those colleagues who have been doing this since February now. They are. Okay. Any other proposal on this? Can we hear something from Isa? Huh? Yes. Advice?
I have something very minor. In 24, in paragraph 24, at the end, I just wonder, for the betterment of labor and employment, whether it would be appropriate to add, I quote, as well as social protection, just for your consideration.
Consideration, colleagues, we know their status. India?
So we are suggesting betterment of labor. ISA is suggesting betterment of labor, employment and social protection. Is that what is being suggested?
Yes, for us to consider to add specifics on social protection.
That's fine.
Brazil?
Okay. Russia, China, okay. South Africa. South Africa?
Chair, maybe in the other paragraph, you removed our countries to BRIC countries. For consistency, can we either refer to BRIC countries or to BRIC countries, or because I think in the earlier version, number 20, whatever, you deleted our countries and made reference to BRIC countries.
That's 22. What is the suggestion?
No, the 24 ends with our countries. Earlier on, I thought you removed from the suggestion of China a reference to our countries to refer to BRIC countries. It's semantics, but just for consistency. You see,
Prasem, I'm not sure what amendment you're talking to in relation to 24 and 22. Member states sounds more professional. Do we say member states or member countries or BRICS countries, colleagues? Then we will clean the document throughout on that. BRICS countries or BRICS members? Member countries. Can you speak to the mic so that we can then pick up what you're saying and for the record?
We can say member countries.
Member countries, agreed, colleagues? Brazil, agreed. Okay, Russia agreed, India, China agreed. So we will clean the document and say member countries throughout. Thank you. Any other amendment on this part? Adopted. Let's move to the next section. Scroll down, please. Okay. Then we go back now to the two paragraphs that are outstanding, if not one. Please clean member countries and then put it in black so that we know we have adopted those.
Excuse me, Chair. And social protection, maybe not in capitals letter, not in capital letters.
Social protection, small letters. Thank you. Scroll up. Up. Oh, I want us to check, okay, up. Let's check the paragraph that we've left for further consideration. Noted South Africa. I just want to check where we are. Scroll up, sis. Up. Para 16, where are we finalizing? Para 7. Oh, it's 8. Okay. Can we check the chapeau first? Is it ready? Okay, go back Pezulu to new para 3. Just after para 1. Part of para 1. Okay.
Para 1, please. Yes. Chair, the proposal is not to change the text as it is, but to extend on the second sentence, to just elongate the second sentence that begins with our purpose. Okay. Our purpose was to share our perspective, policy development, and discuss. Our purpose was to share our respectives, no. What is it? Respective, sorry, I'm reading wrong. Our purpose was to share our respective policy, development, and discuss and agree on how to address common labor and employment challenges commonly faced by BRICS countries. That's the sentence as it was. All while recognizing the importance of flexibility and adaptability in our strategies, considering the
Sorry,
unique-
can you start again? Because we can't even hear you. She can't.
Yeah, all while recognizing, after.
All.
No, after countries is comma. Yeah. No, comma, not a new sentence.
No, we'll fix that.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no.
Yes. Recognizing the importance of flexibility and adaptability in our strategies or approaches. Our strategies, considering the unique circumstances of each member state. The sentence is a bit long, but
There we are, colleagues. The chapeau, national circumstances, China.
1 minute to check it. Yeah, we're fine with this, of course. Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much. Para 3.
Which para 3 now?
Clean para 3, I think we agreed. We deleted grant.
We deleted grant, yes.
Scroll down. Sorry. The rate. Agreed. Black. Para 6. Agreed. We have a chapeau.
With reference to what we said above, and I had a quick consultation with my colleagues. So, one minor amendment to the word creating. Yeah, very first word, instead of creating, we say promoting. That's all of what we can see, and I expect your,
Thank you. Agreed. Para 8. Agreed, I see we said informed. Para 8 agreed, clean the color. Scroll down. Colleagues, it looks like we have achieved the impossible within a short space of time. When handing over to the DG, we shall clean the document and then this will be presented to our ministers. And then we'll circulate it sometime tomorrow so that everyone is in agreement with the content.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ndebele, and thanks to all of us. I think we deserve a round of applause. Thank you. Without any further ado, I'll ask Mr. Hadebe to give us a summary of, is it you or SIP? He's delegating upwards.
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We received a presentation on the productivity ecosystem, which all colleagues agreed to the proposed platform, a clear understanding that there are issues for further consideration includes the issues of budget. How does this platform move forward in terms of implementation? A key point that we wanted to raise and we agreed on is that our heads of state had already agreed to this particular route in para 38. However, this is now our opportunity to implement that. And in doing so, we will clean the presentation that goes to the ministers to capture the different elements that enhanced that particular debate this morning. Can I check with the ILO if we can get that tomorrow for the consideration of the, we'll get it tomorrow, we'll share it tomorrow, we won't discuss it. If there are issues that any delegate would want to raise, would then have a bilateral so that we can continue with the work of the day, unless it's a life-threatening new development in the document, then we shall have an engagement. And we, again, this afternoon really went through the elements with the amendments from the colleagues. And formally, Chair, I think we've adopted the declaration by acclamation. After this, the DG will be hosting a welcome cocktail. Where we are at Radisson Blue. There's a Capital Pearls across the street. At the entrance of the hotel, as you go down across the street, at the end of that Capital Pearl building, between those buildings, that street, on the left, part of the Capital Pearls building, there's a Daruma restaurant. Those who are staying at Capital Pearls will just go through the center. So we expect to receive colleagues at 6 p.m. at Daruma restaurant for a cocktail evening. You are all welcomed. We will have ushers from the two hotels that around 5:30 to 5:45 to try and direct colleagues who would be moving there early. Relaxed, informal environment, no jackets, jeans if possible, so that we can then really say thanks to ourselves for a year well done. And then we shall meet tomorrow. The DG.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. This session is adjourned until we meet tomorrow. Thank you.